Base God on the blockchain.
Gotta learn to earn. Gotta learn to earn. Learn. Fun with numbers, folks. Fun with numbers, folks. Let's do some math. Swing trade gets you wrecked. Don't do it. Swing trade gets you wrecked. Don't do it. Gotta learn to earn. Gotta learn to earn. Let's check the crystal ball. Crystal ball. Let's check the crystal ball. Crystal ball. I am not a financial advisor, but here's how I'm going to burn my money. Burn my money. Burn my money. I am not a financial advisor. Well, hello, folks. Welcome to live stream with just me. Tonight, it is a Friday night. We have had an exciting week, and my oh my, the ETH merge has gone down and actually happened. That's pretty exciting. We're going to warm up a little bit. I see I've got one person watching. So, yeah, nobody special on here, but I'm going to go over math. I'm going to talk about everything that's going on. We're going to talk about the ETH market. So, funny enough, on FTX, full disclosure, ETHW represents a potential ETH proof of work token. If it determines it has no emerged, if it's emerged, if the token settles to zero, basically, look at this notice. They're going to completely kill the network if it, or kill the liquidity if it doesn't actually trade. It may go away at any time, but it seems to be trading plenty of volume. All right, viewer count's going up a little bit. Hi guys, I'm up to 2 extras now because I think one of those is in here. So I'm pretty excited. I'm over 1,000 subscribers on Twitter. I got over 2,000 here on YouTube. A little bit of viewership, so we're gonna do something special and take the aviators off. So I love having a little bit of fun with you guys. I'm gonna try and actually talk some alpha and answer some questions. If some people show up, like 20 people on Twitter liked that I should do a live stream. See if they actually show up for this, though. I suppose even if it's just a couple of us, I'll drop some alpha. But yeah, I'm actually taking questions, guys, here. Reading the comments, and I'm willing to share those. I mean, I'll run through my banners. So yeah, welcome to an edition of Pulse Radio Live. Radio in the evening with Top Gun, going over everything he's decided he's figured out about the markets, all the stuff that he's learned and willing to share with you. All right. And yeah, joining us is just me from here. Just me tonight. Now, I will share the link. I will gladly share the link and invite anyone that wants to come on and stream with me. We can have some fun. We could talk tonight. This is an engagement evening. I have some time on a Friday night. So, yes, we're going to have some fun with this, and we're going to go live. I am live. So, yeah, welcome. Thanks. Oh, the number count's going up. All right. You guys are actually settling in, getting a little excited for this, maybe. I mean, I know I don't have the fashion sense of RH. I'm not RH. I don't know. I haven't been here for 12 years of crypto. I don't know everything that he knows. But I don't let my tailors dress me like a shot Chesterfield from Britain. The only time I like to look like a dead couch is when I'm lumberjacking. Welcome to Canada. Other than that, no, cannot argue with Richard Hart at all about his crypto knowledge, but I have been learning a lot, and I'm willing to share it with you guys. I even got some comments coming in. So yeah, we're going to deep dive on anything and lots. We're going to have a Friday night. Nothing good on cable anyway. So yeah, I'm going to talk about different markets, different projects, what's been going on in the space. I'm sure a lot of people already know this, but there's a lot of things going on, and crypto's getting exciting again for me. So this is about a time where like everyone's dropping out of the market because they've all been kicked left, right, and sideways, and they think it's all a jip and all a scam. And yeah, there's this emotional. Also, I want to give a shout out to Bass God, who gives me the music. However, I seem to have more viewers before I played the song, so that's something. But Bass God, yes, he's giving me the song, which some people seem to enjoy, maybe some don't. Anyways, thank you, Bass God, throwing out some credits. And I will be diving into some math. This is a Google Sheet that will be public. I will actually be dropping the link in the stream so you guys can participate in here with me while you're asking questions. That's right. I'm going to deep dive on a lot of stuff here. I've been paying attention, although I haven't been all that loud on everything. So this should be a fun night, I think. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, I'm a man without a plan. Like a dog chasing the cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it. It's a trap. There's no token, except there's lots of tokens. They're just not my token. I'm not going to sell you anything of mine. RH builds really good stuff. And anyone that really admires RH might build okay stuff that might really do well, that I still like as a second best. I'm an RH maximalist. I was curious, how do you define an RH maximalist? Really? I mean, does it mean I have to swear off everything other than hems? Well, then I never would have gotten a chance to get an Hedron before he's finally like, yeah, give credit to Alex. He builds good stuff. So, I mean, I'm a little open-minded if it's a good protocol that actually enhances the system, which is not easy to achieve. Most projects are slated for failure if you're not bringing real value, hard value to the system, appreciable value, like my fashion sense. You know, I don't wear Gucci 6000. No, I wear a flight jacket, and yes, I go live with a "Can you handle this?" T-shirt. That's my kind of style. So let's see what's going on here. It's Q&A time. Let's get into the questions and the comments here. All right. Bring these up here. Who's first in? KS, thank you. You are welcome. I'm glad you are here. All right. CRSM, yo. How's it going? I love when you show up. Awesome. Yeah, watching this, we're going to get to that. Oh, we are going to get to that. We're going to examine the ETH merger. Definitely. Like, big news. So I know other people have done it, but you're going to get my perspective. Hey, Eddie, welcome to the show. Oh, I'm a PulseX guy. I am. And it's not just because I missed the Pulse sacrifice. It really isn't. I got other things that are going to pay me in Pulse. So I'm going to get the Pulse. A little bit here, a little bit there. It's going to add up. It's going to add up. But PulseX, I am definitely more bullish on PulseX. I mean, Eddie, have you seen my PulseX calculator from like 2 weeks ago? The one with the big warning message. You know, if you have medical conditions, do not watch. And you've sacked for PulseX. You might be just blown away by the numbers. I mean, I've done that math. I'll bust it out if people really demand and want to see it play through. But I've done that. Like, it's going to crush. It is really going to crush. Oh, you did watch it. Yeah, you saw, like, after I added the adoption to it, testnet's no longer a depressing amount of liquidity. Go ahead, provide insane amounts of liquidity, take your permanent loss, do financial movements like a drunken sailor. I love that pun. Yeah, it doesn't matter. PulseX will eat it up, chew it up, and spit it out. So glad about that. But we're going to look into the ETH merger and talk a little bit about that. I don't see any more comments or questions, so let's pull this up. I've got actually 10 people in here. That makes me a little more excited. So, yeah, FTX had it listed. It pulled for a bit, and it's back. So we've got this lovely warning. ETH represents the potential canonical, I'm not going to try and read to you guys. If you can't read this, it basically says the token will settle to zero. It's very volatile and may lose much of its value. Please take the time to research the risks before trading in this project. Now, it's not actually going to go to zero if FX determines that no such token has emerged. It's a real token. So we can close this warning. It's just so brand new. FTX gives us a huge warning. Oh wait, this isn't like when I do my I gotta actually go in and screen share. You guys aren't watching what I'm watching. Still getting used to this. Just a moment. Screen share. Yeah, I do not have that. Okay. All right. I'm just going to show the entire screen. That's how we're going to do it tonight. All right. There we go. Ooh, it's the tunnel. All right. And here's what I wanted to look at. The ETH POW prices, how it has been trading. So I always like to get out to a little more of a macro look here. What is this going by right now? 5 minutes. That's a little insane for me. Zoom out to the 30-minute. Shows us an accurate launch of the system as people are exiting. However, is this the final dip? Will ETH POW have another kick? A lot of networks have a dip to start, and this one came with a lot of free clones, a wonderful test for PulseChain and how it's going to behave. My God, being on with KG and seeing right away the ratio trading, like that's exactly what I've been talking about. Pulse, don't be FOMOing to get in. Like basically, you should be FOMOing to scoop up more Hex and more altcoins on the new network. Really. Like right now, the best play on this network is to buy ETH and go in and buy your favorite altcoins at a ridiculous discount. So FTX, I do not have an account. I'm not allowed to create one where I am. Hardy har har. But this is just an example of one place. So I'm going to pop back to the stream for a moment. Oh no, I am John McAfee version 2B, the illegal clone. John McAfee did pass away. I am not hiding incognito. This is not John McAfee. Okay? I did not own the company. I am a broke pleb. I do drywall. I am not John McAfee. Okay, DG. Before we deep dive, because here. All right, we're gonna go there. You can borrow mine. No, this train breaks for no one. Sorry, buddy. We're gonna continue diving in and answering questions. Okay. Having trouble understanding how the PulseX token can move like you think it will with its high supply. Please make it make more sense. Okay. Fair enough. I dive into the numbers pretty hard, and I've been teaching this over the course of all my hours of content, which is pretty dry and a lot to go through. So PulseX, regardless of its liquidity, you got to look at the buy pressure that is simulated in it. And although it'll start out slow, I look at, well, there's 1.5 million users, 1.5 million users on Uniswap. Those users create volume by trading every day. That volume trading makes them fees, a certain amount of profit. So I use Uniswap's profit model as my base. That is money they really generate, money they get to take home. So a portion of that in the PulseX system gets used to buy the supply. The more volume we have on PulseX, the more powerful K for K, I'll give you this one for now, Big Buyer Barry gets. So the more powerful and amped up Big Buyer Barry gets, the more liquidity he bench presses and then eats. Like the Cookie Monster. Go Cookie Monster. We accept cookies. Yeah, the more he eats, he just gets bigger and stronger. The more the DEX gets used, the more people want to use the network. So the cheap gas and the token supply on the network, people are going to want to be trading. And then if we can say Hex made Uniswap popular in the first place, say get to 1.5 million users in the first year competing with Uniswap, we'd match their numbers. And then if it continued to get even more adoption, it would get more powerful, and Barry would become other Barry from Archer and get mechanized. Like, it's already an artificial buy bot, but I mean, you get the point. Hopefully, PulseX is just an automated whale bot buying up its own supply based on how much it's used. That use generates revenue, so it just continues to buy. It doesn't care what the price is. It will buy as long as somebody clicks on the button and goes, "Hey, yeah, pay me to activate the buy and burn." That's cool. I mean, that is really, really cool. And all you got to do is go to PulseChain.com. Testnet is live. Now, you think when mainnet is live, that might say mainnet is live, and all these links would be very, very important. Just because I was in there so quick, the test faucet that only gives out one test pulse or 10 or whatever, I got 10,000. Just because it was nice and open to say thank you and let me play around even more for being early. Then trading. This is the fun bot, which also, oh my, limit orders, the new function of the week to make it even more popular. Set limit orders directly inside of PulseX. No need to go to 1inch or Matcha. Oh. Bum. Confirm. All right, I am connected and able to use the limit orders with my dummy wallet that fast. Isn't that cool? It was that quick to go to PulseChain.com and go clickety and now enable limit orders. Wow, how easy is that? Okay, confirm. It'll go up to a lot of gas too if it needs to enable in case the network gets populated. That's cool. Balance 1000 pulse. Also PulseX. Nice little chunk in here. I wonder what else I could set a limit for. Since I have some pulse, what's hex trading at? I wonder. Let's say 10 pulse. How many hex could I get for 10 pulse to start? Oh my God, hex is trading up high. You know what? We can go over to those liquidity pools. This is granted testnet, but it's fun. We can go over to info and we can actually check the prices. Top pools, tokens, top tokens. If it populates, it should populate, I hope. Wicked easy. Yeah, it is, man. It is actually wicked easy. Like, I've never seen a deck so easy to use. People are like, it's confusing. No, it's really not. It's clickety, typety. Pulse chain, clickety, enable, good to go. Set your limit orders as you want. Why should you care about limit orders if you're not even sure about that? Well, say you're really good at TA, technical analysis. Say you have price points in mind where if an asset comes down, you'd really like to scoop some, but you're not sure it'll hit that. And you don't want to stay awake 24 hours, 7 days a week, staring at charts, going blind and starting to see patterns in the sky. Lightning comes down and you're ready to try and figure out its trend line. Yeah, take a breath, take a load off, set a limit order. Oh, well, I really don't like the fact that Hex is trading where it is. So let's set that limit order. 10 pulse, and we're going to set it over to hex, and this is going to be a really ridiculous limit order. So sell pulse at, this is a price point to sell my pulse. Interesting. So if pulse goes up to this expensive, I want to cash out into hex. Place limit order. So if we get 10 cent pulse, wow, then it cashes out to hex and I can open some stakes. Now, do I have to stock pulse in that initial pump? No, I don't. I click place limit order. I click confirm. And oh my God, now gas plus the 10 pulse is set and waiting. Oh, wait, I even have to confirm in my wallet. How extra secure. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Now, I close, I go to bed, I walk away, I go to a party, I hang out. I do not lose my life in day trading for the rest of eons. Now, Eddie, does that answer your question? Any other tokens launching on Pulse have your attention? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, they do. So we should go through a couple of those. All right. We'll do the protocols that enhance PulseChain. These are important to me. So, one, liquid loans.io. Now, why does liquid loans interest me? They even now have a test launch testnet. Oh, what? You can get into liquid loans and then you can connect your wallet like so. Wow. No way. Next. Next. And done. I'm connected. What can I do on liquid loans? Well, I can borrow a stable coin, some USDL. Really? How do you do that? Well, I could take 100 Pulse as current value. And then, now this is where I have to set, I probably have to put minimums in here that I don't have enough for. Oh yeah, your debt must be at least $2,000 to mint. I do not have $2,000 worth of test Pulse in this dummy wallet. However, since it's a dummy wallet, all right, let's see if I can get my dummy wallet address here. MetaMask, come up. Yes, perfect. Enable dark mode. It looks cool. Back. Close. Got it. All right. If you want to throw me some test Pulse, just so I can show how this system works on live stream, here's a wallet address. Damn. So $3 in ETH POW already? You're kidding me. You're kidding me. It's gone up that fast. Man, I'm going to have to get around to that. Sorry. I need to click on these. And then, wow, that's what caught my attention. DAT FOMO. I'm going to look at that because all we need to do is go to Kyber swap. This is a sketchy swap with low quality or something. Like, I've never heard of this, but KG used it. All right. So let's get started. No. Here I am not connecting a wallet. I'm just going to show this to check prices. So let's see. Am I able to check Hex on here, I think? Ah, look, Hex, import. Yes, please. Party hard. So, all right. One Ethereum token currently worth around $10 gets you 400 Hex. That means $1 gets you 40 Hex. That is not $3 Hex. You have fooled me for the last time. You have failed me for the last time. I will not. That will be remembered, DAT FOMO. I will not fall for your shenanigans. I like UpToken's potential. It's liquid loans as a service with possibly very low liquidity. I have not researched enough about UpToken, but I do know the creator. I respect his mathematics, and he may do some very benevolent things, but it is a very heavy, no expectations token. I haven't seen anything else really. Like, I need to look into the token more before I can have an opinion on this, but I do respect the creator. But I'm not sure of what its real actual other utility is other than being connected to that service. Ooh, on the back end? Well, I would assume with a clone of 1inch. I mean, if you're already cloning everything else and integrating complete one layer or first layer integration, why not do a snapshot of Matcha or 1inch? One of them, all you need to do is copy it, add it to the protocol. The front end connections are really easy. So, I mean, the front end can connect to different protocols at the same time. One front end could access Liquid Loans and PulseX if a crazy HTML coder decided to make it. I'm not going to, though. I work a day job. I'm busy doing drywall. All right. There is the address, nice and public, if you want to send me some test tokens to get this Liquid Loans up and going. Kyber been around for a long time. Okay, well, it's new to me because I'm new to crypto. So I've been learning. I will do more research on Kyber. It's cool that they were so fast to actually give access and information. And for a change, look, I was prepared. I had tabs open for FTX, for ETH, for Kyber Swap. Yeah, we don't really need that starter page. I even was, I have HUT 8 information now, looking at mining to get even more input costs for the death of Bitcoin, because I have that model growing. It's going to get more and more accurate now that I realized how close it is. I'd like to pin it down a little bit sooner. Where are we getting at so far? Change it to USDC or DAI. Okay, let's have a look. Kyber Swap. I want to see how much USDC you can get. USD, yeah, there we go. And DAI. All right, here's your stablecoin potentials. Boom, 1 ETH. Because of the ratio trade, even though the ETH is worth $10, you can get 1,400 stablecoins that no longer have their proper backing. However, DAI was moving back over to ETH. Interesting, because ETH POW would now be a lot of the backing of DAI over here. I hadn't considered that for any amount of stability. Like on PulseChain, it's going to be useless. But I wonder if they're going to deactivate their contracts. Now, USDC, they will not stand this for long. They will be deactivating their coin. They have done this to others. They will do it again. But look at that. The price is allocating it the same, saying it's $1,400 when you can get it for 10. Like the ratio trading is off by over 100x. I think KG and I calculated it as a 133 to 1 ratio the other day when I was trading at 12 to 16. Is like $2,700. Apparently not that FOMO. ETH, 1 ETH is $1,442. I'm not sure where you're getting your numbers. You are not trusted. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to the show, but we're not taking info from you. No one trusts that FOMO. He's got cool questions, but I don't know where he's getting his info. I mean, I get them from a Cracker Jack box, but generally a little more accurate. Bearded Saint, welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Wow, I am up to 22 viewers. Now, that is something. I've got a small classroom. Questions, though, are meek. You guys are still shy. Drop the questions. And I mean, hey, retweet this space if you found it on Twitter. Let's get some more people in here. Tag someone on Twitter if you want them to join the stream. Hell, tag me on Twitter. I'll have a quick look at my Twitter account and see how that's trending. Is there any action at all? Probably not. I'm a nobody. But I will drop through Twitter DMs very gladly if anyone wants to join here. Let's see. 3 a.m. about to sleep. Somebody liked. No, not a lot going on. No notifications. Yeah. Oh, well, is what it is. You guys apparently don't want to share my brain. Aw, that's sweet. Thank you, We Optimize. Can't copy wallet address from chat. Oh, well, crud. I don't know what to tell you about that. If you're having trouble copying the wallet address out or any other text out of chat, they're not easy to copy. I suppose there's another way. Well, you still won't be able to copy that out of chat. Wow, I thought I'd be able to drop stuff in the chat for you guys. That doesn't work out too well. Ooh, they use a sidechain, do they? That means there is a little bit more going on the back end. You have been getting some information from your NFTs. This is really cool. So NFTs is art. I'm not that big behind. I'm sorry, I accept cookies. So yeah, Bob here. I love this. He's so shy in the back. I'll even live stream with him tonight if he wants to come on and talk about the project that he's involved in. Because instead, using NFTs as a license and an evolvable platform. So your NFT grows up like evolving your Pokemon as you complete courses, and you know how I am about learning. You gotta learn to earn. Learn to earn. I mean, I'm not very big on NFTs. I don't know if they're going to rug pull or be worth anything. But oh, wait, you're not buying the NFT for its resale value. You're buying it to learn the alpha from the course. And Bob, he's dropping some alpha. Thank you, Bob, for participating. And he posts launch pre-bridge strategies. Oh, I didn't even go into all the altcoins. I got hung up on liquid loans because you can mint a stable coin and help propagate the system. I forget to even mention my other favorite tokens. So PowerCity.io, making all sorts of services, better tools for blockchain, trying to basically go after the devs and the people that Ethereum lost from gas fees by creating some node testing services, NFT creation apps, NFT trading. Oh my God, the core, trying to make an interbridge between chains. They are trying to do so much. Everyone thought they had bitten off too much, but they're coming along. And I always trust Just Ask Jesse from Twitter. He's always got good information. And this guy was on liquid loans, but because of an NDA, basically, or whatever, signed a contract, can't talk about other projects, didn't talk about this. But he's a founder over here. So he left liquid loans, not because of anything bad, but just so he could give some love to his other baby. That means he's been involved heavily in both projects, getting information out there to the community. He is a great source of information, great guy. I'm glad to have met him. He has helped increase my brain power, or at least educate me on things I didn't know about. So Power City is definitely another one of those protocols. Then there are some other NFT marketplaces. I was going to talk about this in its own this in its own episode, but we've got NFT on Pulse from How to Pulse, the lovely guys that gave me my page. Now, they don't have a lot of information on here. They will be revamping the site, but basically here they've got some simple information on a sacrifice, tokenomics, airdrop, because you don't have to participate in the sacrifice. If you got in for PulseX or Pulse, you'll be recognized. Isn't that cool? And they'll have some features like, oh, my what's up NFT. I may not have been so hardcore on Hedron, but when I like a project, I burn things. So I burned a quarter of my Hedron supply for what's up NFT, and then I burned another 5% for another what's up. So I might trade the smaller one day, and I can list it here easily. And then I can, that's where listing my existing NFTs. I can also create one with their tool. And then, I can use their contract standard to earn credited royalties. And now most NFT places keep it locked on their NFT site. You have to trade it there to get the royalties. This enables you to trade on any platform and still get the royalties. Isn't that cool? And then their token, you can actually stake it to earn revenues, which they make by trading NFTs. So you can earn passive income in the form of Pulse just by owning some of this. So you can get it for free if you participate in Pulse and PulseX, and you can just sell it like a numpty, or you can stake it and keep earning Pulse for free. One of those very free options to get Pulse in the system. Isn't that so nice of the How to Pulse guys? Definitely love that tokenomics. Now, who else is giving Pulse back to the stakers? The Mintra NFT platform. Would my internet die? Go. Oh, help if I actually put Mintra. There we go. Mintra.io. Now, they don't have, here we go. Staking app. There's their test app. Yep. So I have some let's have a look at the staking app. I think I have some staked here from like forever and ever and ever ago. Yeah, look at that. 4 million mint. I staked a bunch. I have $1 worth of Pulse. That's cool, I think. Or no? What? Oh, I pulled out of the pools. I thought I'd left it staked, or they reset the site because this is just test for play. So yeah, Mintra's been building in the dark. Liquid Loans has been building in the dark. NFT on Pulse and Power City building in the dark. And then Internet Money.io. Now I know Richard Hart is coming out with a wallet, but nobody has talked about the tokenomics. And then everybody's loving to assume. Now, isn't it funny what their white paper over here on Internet Money is about their tokenomics in their system? Because their wallet is going to have a buy and burn, because they might listen to me rant all the time about buy and burns and how awesome they are. So it's a 2-token system, one paying you in Pulse and the other one getting bought up and burnt. Oh, isn't that cool? A dual token system revolving around a wallet that does buy and burn. And then it's going to be easy for noobs, for the new people to the system that want a working wallet and want something easy to use. Oh, that gets me revved up and excited. Oh my, it does, it does. I'll even come back and talk about that a little more later. So these are some of the other projects I like. Now, let me get back to the live stream here into tunnel mode. All right. Oh, there's some questions here. So, any post-launch, pre-bridge strategies? All right. Yeah, everybody is always interested into the mechanics. So, I mean, we've gotten to see a lot from the ETH POW system and pretty much pre-bridge. So before it even launches, like, interestingly enough, like, everybody's making their plays to get Pulse from the system. But I mean, if you have any Ethereum left and it becomes Pulse in the system pre-bridge, I might be watching those ratios to see when everybody's chased Pulse enough that it looks like I'm getting an insane amount of hex for my value. Maybe I might play against the system. But Ethereum merge is showing already the theory I had. So this is the funny thing. Well, now everybody might do that. Because yesterday, 1 ETH, instead of getting you 400 hex, did get you 400,000. So there has been a lot of trading distortion already in the right way. I'm thinking that basically once Pulse is available in the way that ETH POW is available from a central exchange or the bridge is open, the best play is to immediately get your money in and on, and then, yeah, keep some Pulse aside and get into your favorite altcoins while they're low. Once the bridge is actually open. I mean, pre-bridge, I just want to get in and get staked on the activity, get my claim of the volume that's going on. There's not a lot of trading that I want to do because I bought all these assets and coins I just ranted on about that are going to pay me in Pulse. So I'm going to want to get in right away and get them staked right away while all the traffic starts to go nuts. And then I will get to collect before the bridge even opens and goes even more nuts. That's my big play before Pulse. Get in and get staked. Get in and get staked. It's pretty simple. It works for Hex. It's going to work for Pulse. Bearded Saint, welcome. Welcome to the Nobody Pile. All right. You're on ETH Network, not ETH POW, on Kyber Swap. Okay, they're the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. Kyber Swap is giving you USDC on the ETH POW system. So the ratio of 1 ETH for USDC is 1439. So on Kyber Swap, saying in the ETH system right now, 1 ETH is $1,439. But there is no liquidity in Kyber Swap in and out. This is a decentralized exchange. So where then is real money paired to ETH? Oh, in FTX. In FTX, Ethereum is $9.67 a token. So I can take my real USD money to FTX and buy 5 tokens for $50. Then with my 5 tokens on Kyber Swap, I could come over here and get 7,500 USDC and then watch them get completely disabled and destroyed. Does that make sense for what we're talking about right now? Or have I actually somehow on KyberSwap accidentally clicked, you think, the wrong Ethereum network? Oh my. Ethereum POW. Okay, you caught me. You caught me. So even worse. All right. All right. That's why ratios makes a lot more sense. Thank you. 27,000. Okay, I clicked on the wrong ETH. My bad. Thank you. Thank you. And now you want to see that in terms of hex. All right. You caught me there. Looking at the wrong network. More than one ETH. No results found for hex. Is it still loading? Is that why? I was pretty sure it was available. Do they only have these few tokens available on this liquidity? How some other swap people are getting into hex, another back end? Token address. I can copy the token at contract address. All right. Yeah, Ethereum token hex import. Here's the token address. Contract copied. Let's try this over on Kyber. Full V. Import. Okay, now I see. It was 400,000 yesterday, but now it's 8,000. So there's still been quite the trade disruption. Wow. All right. Thank you for more accurate numbers. I am sorry for calling you out. Thank you for keeping up in the chat there. All right. Take care, man. No worries. Indonesia. Wow. Crypto kitties on PulseChain. Why? Because I keep calling myself a script kitty? Oh my. What do you mean kitties? Am I missing something here? I don't know. All right. Did you see a big drop in EHEX after the fork snapshot? Oh, so regular Ethereum hex. God, these are going to get complicated. So good question, Eddie B. Looking over here, since the snapshot, no, we haven't seen a huge decline. Now, I did have a bull trend marked. It failed. So we are going, it looks like, to retest the 2.9 bottom. Like I said before, we wouldn't fall down any faster than this blue line. Isn't that kind of cool? We may not even touch this bottom entirely. We may poke under it. But this is the magnet line right now. A little slingshot near it, and off we go. It really hasn't, I don't think, like there's a lot of action going into Hex, really, because if you want to see what's happened to Ethereum since the snapshot, look at that ROI just crash. Hex, however, has not gone down quite so fast. It's not getting hauled at the same speed. So we've got a little bit of a disruption, a little difference going on here. All right. Oh man, hey, oh that would be wicked. PulseX at 1 cent at launch, but I think that's overdoing it. I mean, do we really need a 100x right off the bat? It's gonna get there. I'm all right with a little bit of patience. That's where I calculate my model usually with a 20x to start, 0.2 of a cent instead of 1 penny, just 1/5 of a penny. But I mean, heck, it could start at 1/10 of a penny. So just add a 0 to that price, a 10x from SAC, and I think everybody would be very happy, and there'd be a lot of action. Oh, but PulseX will get to that price soon enough. Oh, you mean the Pulse? Okay. So, okay. So after Pulse and the bridge becomes active. So that's a good question. Let's go back and have a look at PulseChain. If you haven't, let's get a little bit of this out of here. I'm getting a little crushed down with tabs. Don't need the Twitter open. Here, we'll use this one. Or actually, yeah, we'll still close these. We still got a lot open. Bam, bam. All right, we'll recycle PulseX one. So back to PulseChain.com. If you guys weren't aware, there is obviously, since it's on this site, Richard's site, an actually endorsed bridge, pulseramp.com, where you can connect your wallet and easily convert and bridge in once the bridge becomes active. So you don't necessarily need to sell your hex because you can bridge your hex in. You can do a whole bunch of trading with this bridge. I'm not sure how much liquidity will be on it. It'll be interesting. I'm not exactly sure how it functions, but I pretty much trust it because it's on pulsechain.com and I trust Richard Hart's building. Pretty simple to work out. All right. And so, yeah, do I see a drop in EHEX after? I mean, usually in crypto, there is buy the news, sell the event. So, I mean, we could see a run up in the middle of the W for Hex while everything else is crashing in the market because Richard might set a date for the release or something. Who knows? And I mean, when it actually starts getting hints that it's getting closer, yeah, we could see some buy pressure. And then the event, because people want to get into Pulse Chain where there's cheap gas, we could see a dip in the price. I like to do like stuff I can get my teeth into where the TA tells me, hey, price will be like this over the course of the next week. Ooh, thank you, Tea Leaves. Thank you for the information. I enjoy doing long forecast models, but that interim price stuff depends on so many variables. Like how do I calculate market sentiment? How do I really do this? How do I do that? Where do I see the world economy in terms of depression? Is it just richer people that have been saving their money, or are there actually retail investors getting in? So many different factors that a lot of it is still being determined. So I keep up on it week to week, but it's hard to have any big predictions about Hex during the launch other than it's likely to go up and make the W, because Hex likes to make W's. And it's come down. And I mean, we've kind of gotten a middle. So, I mean, it could just ramp off. I mean, it's going to be really interesting when the Hex gets bridged in and then it gets paired, the wrapped Hex, with the native P Hex, even though you can't stake it. Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see that. All right. Ha! Ha! Somebody's having fun with the calculator. I'm pretty sure that's like 5 years or 10 years out at least, or 20, depending on what numbers he put in there. Oh, you little rascal. No, it's not going to start at that. People will have a chance to participate. They'll have their chance, and then the price will go moon and go moon and go moon, because it will get more activity than it will on testnet. And on testnet, it's had some pretty decent activity, guys. Like for monopoly money. Really, for monopoly money, it has really been doing pretty good here. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at the trading history, at least what the deck shows. Like, I can't wait till like trading view, actually. But trading, okay, we'll go here, take your limited information, info, and then we want to look at the PulseX and Pulse prices. Are you going to load with data this time for me? Ah, look, there we go. Population. Those are different pairs. Top tokens. So Pulse is almost at a penny. That would be a 71x from sacrifice price for testnet. That's kind of interesting. And PulseX is still sitting at a 15x, even though everybody ignores it and gives it the worst love and makes it look like the worst thing by pumping up the liquidity. It's still been going up in price. Let's look at the price action. That couldn't be what the buy and burn does, could it? No. Yes. Yes, it could be what it looks like when the buy and burn goes off. Big buyer Barry shooting in the system. His big green wicks looking like a Red Bull can. Gotta get it. And then, oh, take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. Someone want to get paid. They click the button. They burned. Oh, big buyer Barry in the system. And then, oh, look, somebody fat fingered slipped. No, that's big buyer Barry back in the system. Just click the burn button. I want to be big buyer Barry. Okay, you can be big buyer Barry too. Just click these buttons. Click burn. Oh my God, would you just enable a gas transaction for me? This keeps glitching out on me. Maybe I should report it to the devs, but I feel like it's on my end. This is the computer that I don't care about, the gaming Windows computer for compliance. All right, yeah. Well, point is, it's supposed to come back and say, congratulations, you've burned. It does this sometimes when I show it, and other times I don't because my wallet doesn't appear and let me click on the gas fee like it's supposed to. Wallet. No, don't disconnect wallet. I just want to see my wallet. Give me MetaMask again. Give me this dummy wallet. All right, you're here. Want to burn? Thank you. This is what's supposed to happen. Confirm. There. Transaction submitted. Okay, let's try this again. Burn. Oh my God. It hates me. It really, really hates me. All right. Apparently, we've got to pull you back up. Hello, MetaMask. Thank you. Burn. There. Burned. All right. Anyways, hopefully it won't be so glitchy for me, or I have to do some computer cleaning or something when it comes to my mainnet. But yeah, big buyer Barry will be in the system by anybody who wants to get paid to burn PulseX. Well, yeah, my allocation. Whatever you sacrificed times 100x times the volume bonus. Done. Add 2 zeros to your sacrifice amount and times by the volume bonus. That would be what 1 cent hex or PulseX looks like. It's simple. Fun with numbers, folks. You can do it really easy. Can you discuss the weight claim? Cost devs doing the on-off ramp as well. See, I don't know much about the weight token. Is it weight.io? I will need to see this come up in the chat or something, and I will look into the white paper here with you folks and do some actual thinking, because so many tokens started popping up, and I believe in protocols enhancing PulseChain. If the token launches before PulseChain, I'm not sure it enhances the system. I really was not keen on, I'm going to say their names, Dodeca and Pzen. I don't mean to bash anyone, but reflection tokens, poorly designed, clones, like the warning marks were everywhere for me. So I've kind of realized why hexagons get so closed and guarded. I have not had a chance to dive into it. So you guys, let's see, weight.io. Is that what it is? Where is this? It doesn't, is it spinning? I don't know if that's actually loading for me. Could be because I'm using up bandwidth on StreamYard for you guys. That's why my internet's lagging. Hopefully you're still getting this. All right. CryptoKitties will be on PulseRay. Wasn't that on ETH? Is this actually a thing I need to research? I haven't heard of CryptoKitties. I mean, Dogcoin was bad enough. Will you be providing any token pairs for liquidity? Me personally, yes. PulseX and Hex. I will be providing some to that pool because I believe in it. I want to see some value for PulseX go to Hex. I want to see a pump cannon attached. Hart's Law, awesome. So price Hex in PulseX, it will inherently drag Hex's price up too. So, and P-Hex to E-Hex, I may do that as well for some stability and collect some fees. So thinking of mine, that's why I designed the calculator on that is now listed on How to Pulse. Liquidity providing math sheet. So you can hop in here, and this is stablecoin to asset, which is simple. These both do the same thing, but then they add up to asset. That's why there's 3 of them. This is the display field. The box in the middle is basically supposed to do gains. I need to enable fee rates, volume traded. There are lines across the top where you can put your numbers in, and I will add fields. I could even do that right now. Wouldn't that be cool? So we'll just type in a number here, 10,000. What is this number for? We'll do some calculation in another field. So if this was the volume that was traded times 0.29, that's the fees collected by Richard Hart. Then 0.73%. 21% is going to the buy burn. 76, I believe. And the other 3% is getting split up elsewhere. It's somewhere in the 70s. I can't remember exactly. But that means that 10,000 times 29 cents times, 3/4 of that. Is that really? Oh, I need to add some more zeros to that first one. Okay. Because it's not even a full percent. That's 29%. There we go. $22 in fees if there was 10,000 in trading in volume. Now, I'm not sure if it does it on both sides or how that splits up, but basically volume traded, this will need to equal. So you'll need to be able to know the volume that went in. Sorry. Make this equal to this. So now with volume that's being traded, oh yeah, it'll do it on both sides of the pair theoretically, or no, whatever swap's going on. This is a little difficult to actually speculate. For now, we're going to assume that the volume traded grabs fees on both sides. I'll figure out this math more specifically, but then you can realize, oh well, if there is that much tokens in volume traded, that's how many tokens you will receive out of the tokens traded. This is volume in tokens, not volume in dollars. Then at the prices it's currently at, it calculates the value of those fees. So obviously we're going to need to see a lot of tokens trading in the system. And well, that gets a little scary. $1,000 of fees. Yummy yum. And I haven't even calculated incentive token price or what rate you earn incentive tokens for providing liquidity. But apparently it changed from a no to a yes. Even with impermanent gains, because of fees, it's balanced out and made it kind of profitable. Who gives this information away for free? I do. I know I sound like I'm shot in the head sometimes and I goof around because I can't take life too seriously. I am too intelligent too. If I really did, I'd cry paying attention to all the things that go on. Oh my. There's a lot of pain out in the world, so I choose to look for the best in it. And I choose to share that out with people. All right. So, yeah, I provided an entire liquidity providing calculator for everyone. So, yes, I will be providing liquidity for token pairs. We seem to still be quiet on the questions. Nobody followed up with giving me the weight site, and I guess that's not the actual I guess that's not the token site where I can get a white paper or sync into this. I haven't heard enough to dive in. Will tell you though, I am getting parched. Sometimes I feel like a rock star. I may not have a Red Bull can sized anything, but my can's bigger. Yeah, I went there. Oh my god. When Richard Hart finally notices me, he's going to hate me. I'm totally digging myself in a hole here. Respect the man. Should stop making fun of him. All right. There's 26 of you here, and no one wants to ask me a question or pick my brain or stream with me. Eddie, I love the engagement. Thank you for being here, buddy. Any other tokens or communities that you like? Oh, again, other than internet money, the wallet that's coming for ease of use. That'll be, oh, and they're doing some other crazy stuff. So their token is already on Binance Chain, trading for incredibly low amounts with that same unstable liquidity that Hex has on ETH proof of work right now. So it could easily ramp up. And hardly anyone's involved in the system. And then this token is getting a free copy on Pulse, even though it's on Binance, because these guys are cloning it and copying it over. There are less than 1,000 people who own this thing. And then it's getting copied over onto Pulse and over onto Ethereum. So a three-way copy, anything you buy now will get a complete clone copy on a new chain, well, not on a brand new chain, and on an old chain. And on the medium chain, Ethereum, to BNB, to Pulse, bam, 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 it'll be there. The wallet will be launching its dividend token, its Pulse paying and Binance paying and Ethereum paying token that will all do dancing buy and burns on each system. You kidding me? No, I'm not. You can get in on the cheapest thing ever that the wallet is going to buy up on 3 different chains. So you get a 3x or 3 times your copy. And then you get the fun of a buy and burn independently functioning on each and every chain. These guys, they've got my room bugged. They've been watching my math models and they're stalking me. Really, I got to get a restraining order against KG. He should be on my show on the 24th. If I don't get a restraining order against them before then. What is the name again? So internetmoney.io, IM token for their wallet, the IM wallet. They're already in alpha testing. They're about to go into private beta testing and then public beta testing next month. And then, public beta testing by November. Yeah, they're coming along. They're already far, far ahead because it's their only concern, where Richard Hart will make a cool wallet with really good functionality, but nobody knows what tokenomics could have. It could be inflationary for all we know. Nobody knows anything because he hasn't released any details because he has one dev working on it. These guys are hard at it, and they love how RH builds. Yeah, I'm excited for that wallet too. I am so excited that I even burn IM on some occasions. And wouldn't it be absolutely crazy if someone right now sent just a little bit of IM to the dead address? Poof, into the ether, just gone, destroyed. Why would anyone do that? To prove they believe in a project? That they won't rain on anyone's head even though they own bags? Maybe because they really, really love it and they really believe in the burn function. The buy and burn is key. But the deflation is a trademark of their system. Okay, I'll ask a question. When providing liquidity for a pair, is there a minimum amount to make it worthwhile? Now here is a good question mark. It really is. So when we go in and want to provide liquidity, so let's go ahead and provide liquidity. Add liquidity. So let's select a currency. Well, we're going to create a pair between Pulse and PulseX. Okay. Oh, that's right. Do I prices and pool share? I forgot if I already had one. All right, so let's do the 100 tokens here. Apparently that pairs with 462. That's cool. I don't even have a percent. I don't have a 1/10 of a percent. I don't have a percent of the liquidity pool. Now, why does that matter? Because there's another number we're going to have to get in. You're going to need to know what percentage of the liquidity pool you have. Why is that? Because when you supply it, confirm that supply. Oh, look, you're working. You won't let me buy and burn and earn money, but you'll let me do that. Cool. All right, close. Now I've provided liquidity. Why does that matter over in my calculator? Well, go back to the calculator. Those fees I'm getting, if that volume was the volume in the pool, that's what all the liquidity providers are getting. Now I have to take this number, and let's say that was 0.01, enter, and then even worse, as a percentage, there we go, as a percentage, and it was not 1%, it is still 0.01%. Now the fees there, the portion of the pool you have is the portion of the fees you get. And although this was an impressive amount of tokens to begin with, now that you know that you provide such a small amount of liquidity, it's a much less impressive number. So I'm going to have to put, good call, the percentage of the pool that you own up here in that top line. And then really this number needs to now equal this number instead. Thank you very much. That's fun with numbers. I will build math live with you guys if you point out my thinking. Isn't that cool? All right. Where do we find the debt address? Oh, isn't that cool? So I don't know if anyone, for IM, well, it's the Binance debt address. So where do we find the debt address? For a moment here, I thought I was going to have this up on here. I thought about putting it in too. You know what? I'm sure we can Google that. Okay. EMB debt address. There it is. That is the debt address. Finance scan. It's loading. Yeah, that is the burn address right there. That's simple. And let's see here. Okay. Okay. Sorry guys for the wait here, but it's gonna be worth it. And how much IM should we burn? How crazy am I? Should I burn 5 tokens? Should I burn 55 tokens? Maybe I should burn 555 tokens. Or should we go to 5,555 tokens? I mean, that's not even worth $1 yet. What if we got up to 55,555? Is that $1? No, you can get 1 billion or 1 billion tokens right now at this price for $66. Oh, so if we go to 5,555,555 tokens, then we've broken into that dollar price. So there are no commas, which makes it really sketchy. Double check your numbers on your other devices before you hit send to anywhere for any reason. And do not set your money on fire. Don't burn it. I'm not a financial advisor, but somebody has told me that maybe sending, tokens to a burn address is not great for your crypto portfolio. But what it is a statement of how much I believe in IM, internet money, that I buy a little up off the system and magnanimously burn it. So I buy and burn. There's no wallet buy and burn right now. But, a couple other people might even think like that too. And occasionally do the same thing. Isn't that crazy? Man, I've been at this for an hour and over 20 viewers. I'm glad that you guys have stuck around. It has been up to 30 at some points. So I am having some fun here actually sharing with you guys. But still, again, I need the questions. I need the questions to be able to function. You guys, I need input. Communicate with me. You're here. Use the chat. How often do you get to pick someone's brain like this? Probably all the time. You guys are from the crypto space. Not long. So this is what's really scary is I was a computer programmer and then a website developer, and then I was a repair guy, kind of like Jeff Goldblum from Independence Day, your local favorite internet cable guy, like the telephone guy, with one too many skills. And I went into construction for 10 years after Bitcoin launched. I did my stupid thing. Like, 100 tokens for $50. Oh, yeah, the technology is cool. Yeah, it can't be faked. But the inflation, they're just printing money out of nowhere. I didn't understand liquidity pools. Hardy har har. I called it a scam and didn't touch it. I will regret that forever. Then somebody that I know, Paul, I miss this guy so much. Dearly departed Paul. He was an absolute Richard Hart fanatic. Loved the man. Completely obsessed with him. Everything that he built. And kept saying, Hex, 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 Hex. Richard Hart, Hex. Okay. So back in November 10th, when it was around 21 cents, I went, all right, fine, I'll buy some. Then I watched it go up, like all the way to almost 30, and then come crashing down. I'm like, what the hell? I have to know more. So then I learned a little bit about trading, and by December, I knew I'd missed the Pulse sacrifice, that there was a PulseX one coming, and I did another buy around the 10th or 11th of December when it was at another low peak. And I had timed that one on purpose. And I bought some more. And then I wrote it up all excited because I got to experience a 3X. Man, that was wild, going right into the New Year's. And I even planned to sell at New Year's. And well, not sell, sack for PulseX right at New Year's before it lost value. But then I got the FOMO. I kept thinking maybe it'll go up a little higher. My dear old buddy Paul was like, you know what? I got you covered. Since you missed that, he was gonna sell me some of his. I will never see it now. His seed phrase is so locked. He was awesome. He wanted me to do well in the system, so he was willing to encourage me and let me get some Pulse off him and some PulseX. And I got my own PulseX sack in, but it wasn't as good as it should have been. And the two of us were trading tests and learning. And then before the PulseX sack ended, he died. And not pretty. He was murdered. And it's a little hard to talk about. And it was right after I released my first video on PulseX Math to cheer him up about the investment we've made, because it was going to do really well. And at that point, so during the PulseX sacrifice in February, I shared my math over and over again in the Telegram groups, letting people learn about how PulseX buy and burn was going to work. I shared that in PulseChain. And then people got behind me. People got really excited about what I was capable of. And I started learning more and more and more and catching up on all the different types of blockchain, how they trade together, what the technology means. Because I'm a little bit on the spectrum and I go data crazy like Johnny 5 from Short Circuit, need input. And I will just crunch on something if I find it fascinating and suddenly become an expert in it in a matter of hours or weeks. Even though I'm not really an expert, no wisdom, but I will pack up a lot now because I've been trading in and out of the market for months while I've been learning and cramming. I have been downloading at such a rate. It's interesting to find out about Hex Investment Trust, that we're getting a grayscale equivalent for Hex that's going to buy up the price. Institutional money will have a quick in-gate for Hex. What? Really? Yeah. Oh my God, that will be good for price. That's coming. That excites me. I got to learn more about that. How futures do precious metal suppression. That was something interesting too. It's not directly, you guys won't get so excited, but I mean, learning as much as I do about the financial market and seeing how it impacts the crypto market. That's why I get fascinated, and I have been learning, folks, learning. So yeah, November 10th will make my 1-year anniversary in financial markets, investing, and in crypto. And here I am already dropping the alpha and the math. From day one sack rate, you guys, realistically, well, this is about where you set the calculator. I mean, I shared this with guys. Like, I'll go open. All right. Iron burn. Crystal ball. With S curve. There we go. All right. So if you want to set the numbers on this thing, base users says that we had 140,000 SAC addresses for PulseX. So I put 150,000 users as the base users for PulseX. Makes sense, right? 150 or 1.5 million users for Uniswap currently. So that's 10% of the current users. I think we can ramp up 10% usage all the way to 150 over the course of a year. And so with the liquidity pool, this has been being cleaned up. With the liquidity pool size, like I can change this around. I'll have to see. There it is. So depends on the liquidity pool size. As it gets smaller, the buy and burn operates more efficiently. If it's even smaller, it operates even more efficiently. So this LP size may change over the course of the year. I'm hoping that it launches, closer. I'm hoping it launches closer to hex. That's what a 1 means. Size of hex. 250 times the size of that liquidity pool is what's running on testnet right now. No matter what, it chews up the investment and spits it out. $100, 1 year, 21x is what my math model is. Really neutered. This is with 1% of the token supply getting sold off. Some people think it might be as high as 10%. That would mean we're actually, with the buy and burn weighting, kind of at a negative there with this set like this right now. But adoption is really low scale. But the first year could take a big punishment and beating, where really $100 sees a 6x by the end of the year. And it doesn't matter what I scale the adoption rate at, because that's after the 12 months. So in this first year, I've got that big sell-off. Why didn't that appear on the graph? Oh, well, if I go into Excel, wrong sheet. If I go into Excel and open it up, I can, wow. Google Sheets, you're annoying. This doesn't show the actual price dip that sell-off causes. But that's assuming it opened the first day at a 20x and then took a 10% sell-off in the first month, and then no one bought or sold after that. The buy and burn would crank it up a 6x over the year if no one bought and sold, even with all that liquidity dumped into this thing. But no one is going to put that kind of liquidity in this thing. That is drunken sailor amounts of liquidity. 50 times hex is incredibly excessive. And suddenly, wait, 8,000 and 80x in the first year, even with 10% dumped on the market? What if we took that up to 20%? Yeah, that's 3.4 trillion tokens out of the 17 trillion circulating supply outside the OA dropped, bam, into the system, and $100 could still become 79x. Yeah, it eats it up that fast as the liquidity gets smaller. Do you really want to see if it launches with hex size liquidity before people start adding it? I'm not joking. That's what the math says. That is what the model does. That's insane though, right? So that liquidity won't be that small. People are going to want to take advantage of the volumes, not realize the buy and burn is just going to eat all their tokens and they're going to get in permanent loss, but they're still going to try and game the system. So 25 times the size. Realistically, that's a 313x. But this does not, in my mind, this is the buy and burn pressure of the PulseX whale on the system. It doesn't actually account for what it does to price, what people will be doing in the system. I do sell-offs, but not buying in. I will hit this system with sell-off after sell-off after sell-off, and it will do fine. I can sell the entire supply in the first year, first 5, and it will do fine, gobbling it up. as long as there is not insane amount of liquidity. Isn't that cool? I think that is cool. So there is a lot of potential for X's. Yes, Bob. Coming up, yes, sir. I'm going to stop share for a moment to do this, and we'll get him on here. All right. Now, I need this link. Sorry to speak out loud to you guys, but I'm still getting used to this. Lagai, it is coming to you momentarily. Oh, a whole bunch of transaction notifications. Go away, MetaMask. Oh my God. All right. Bob. Here we go. Twitter. Dropping that link. There we go. And we'll even drop that out just in case you're on there and it's easier. I'll drop it out. No, I don't want to find you in Telegram. That'll take too long. All right. So yeah, link toss. This is exciting. Bob's going to come in. Woohoo! All right. Question. How can Pulse outperform PulseX when it will be tied to all pairs? It will have the thickest liquidity. Automated mint trillions extra and does not have to buy it back and burn. PulseX is the opposite with thin liquidity. Exactly. Pulse can't outperform PulseX in the system, but there could be more buy pressure. More people could be interested in Pulse than PulseX. The market sentiment could cause those hundreds and thousands of X's in Pulse. Also, PulseX is buying up all that liquidity off Uniswap, but it doesn't have to deploy all of that liquidity on PulseX. It could just deploy twice, not 1,000 times, but just 2 times what it left on Uniswap, and it'd still be the most liquid DEX. Technically. So it does not have to actually deploy it all to start. It could deploy lower amounts of liquidity and allow the system to trade up and slowly add liquidity into the system after the Wild West sentiment has played out. And that would give a lot of opportunity to buy pressure from the market sentiment for Pulse. Is it clear if the AMA bot will try to set prices for all pairs that are already on the ETH network into the Pulse chain? Is it a vampire attack? By the way, thanks for sharing. No problem, Mark J. So the automated maker bot isn't really setting prices as much as it is going in and turning the dial. So it's setting the gear ratio to make sure that, so your pairing is, it takes 120 that it takes 1 ETH to buy a token. If that is the ratio, 1 ETH buys 1 hex. Wouldn't that be nice? That would mean that it's going to take 1.2 million Pulse to buy 1x, and the AMM will set that ratio, but it won't set the prices. That'll be set by a centralized exchange when they list. So the ratio trading will only be skewing the price to the Pulse, not to anything else. It won't be buying anything that doesn't have Ethereum. So any of those assets, like say if SHIB and Chainlink are paired with each other, the AMM is not touching those. They're not paired with ETH. It doesn't care. So those locked ratios are still there, giving opportunities for arbitrage as people do interesting things to scoop up these tokens that will have future value. So it's not a vampire attack, as I would say. But it's the Pulse network, so they're allowed to structure it and build it however they want. So the AMM is an automated buyer that can go in freely without anyone arguing with it before it launches. So it has the free reign to set those ratios. I think that is awesome. People are tasting how it will be like when Pulse Chain in ETH right now. Yes, they are. Thank you, Beyond All. You think it will increase the interest now that Pulse Chain won't be different. Well, PulseChain will be energy efficient, unlike proof of work. It will be smaller on the validators. It will be faster. The only reason ETH proof of work is cheaper on gas, the only reason is because the ETH token is cheaper. If you look at the actual amount of GWEI you're using for gas, the gas price is probably higher from all the activity. The ratios. It's not all about that attachment to the dollar. Once the attachment happens, those ratios gain value, but they're trading. The math's are going. All right. 2 of RH marketing points are gone. Well, yep, they didn't beat them to proof of stake. So you've got energy efficient chain there, but they're not cheap on gas and they didn't give a free airdrop. So who cares? And ETH gave the world's largest airdrop, but their cheap gas isn't really cheap gas. They didn't do anything for the fees, and they're not energy efficient. All they did was basically stand around. So they're not completely gone. Like, no chain has offered all these things at once, along with extra audit testing and token redesigning. There's some new narratives for you. Yeah, okay. Yes, if Vitalik beats us with sharding, I will be very, very disappointed, since I thought version 2B seemed completely launchable. Yeah, I might have some irritation at that point, but I don't think doom is the right word. It will hurt us, so maybe we won't be the highest performing asset at first of all time, but we're still going to do really good. And when the deflationary stuff really starts to shine through, if no one's replaced the tech, I still have a lot of confidence that, mistakes get made. I really think the PulseChain RH products are going to stand out. But the programming and software is going to be really good. Bob, where are you? Did you leave the stream? I sent you a link on Twitter. Was that not good enough? Did I have to send it via Telegram? Where are you, Bob? Where are you? It's been too long since you messaged me. I also never delete my messages with anyone. That probably does not help. There is a search option. Oh, there we go. Where are you, Bob? Not seeing you enter into the studio anywhere. All right. We have some more questions here. Got to put my whole student loan refund into Pulse. Ha! Nice. That is not a bad call. Have enough to bank with for life. I wish I was getting a student loan refund. I'd probably do the same thing. I can't tell you what to do, though. I am not a financial advisor. I am an Excel wizard who gets his info from a troll under the bridge. Thoughts on ETH proof of work? Well, they're getting some interest. They want to continue making money, but I think even though there's a huge play to scoop up assets and that some altcoins might do really well on it, now that you've got an energy efficient chain that isn't going to take all the pressure, you've got a lot of investors backing Vitalik, and they're going to be more interested on that chain. I think that ETH proof of work is basically ETH Classic now, because they decided, well, we don't want to be new Ethereum. So they're ETH Classic, because ETH Classic got eaten up by new Ethereum. So think of ETH POW as the new ETH Classic. And now the ETH proof of stake is just ETH. So that's been the switch around. And ETH Classic didn't really trade with a whole lot of action because it didn't. Yeah, so my thoughts on ETH POW is it's going to be around. I think it's going to get enough action that FTX and the other people are going to keep it liquid. They're going to keep it trading. I think the train might last for a few years. The miners trying to grab at any last cash they can get. The little siphons, as long as it's paying for the electricity, they'll run the network. And as long as the network runs, there'll be a chance. So, I mean, I think there'll be some altcoin plays that'll actually run on POW for a while. It'll be worth grabbing up. But it'll never be as good as Ethereum, and I don't think it'll anywhere stand up to what PulseChain is going to do. So their loan token itself doesn't have a whole lot of specific tokenomics. There's no buy and burn. There's nothing else. It's just a token. So I was like, well, but you can stake it. So my thoughts on the token is yay. Like if you're talking USDL, a stable coin that's properly fractionally reserved in the right way, not, oh, we're going to hand out 10 coins, but we've only got $1 in the bank. Don't everybody try to cash your coins at once. Well, we gave out 10 coins, but we've got enough to pay for 1,000 in the bank. So if you come cash your coins, that's easy. We got it. It was covered. Oh, that's how they're collateralizing with fractional reserve. So USDL is going to be very, very stable, and it's not going to be prone to any of the problems that happened with Luna at all. So it's going to be really cool. Now, their actual loan token, you can stake in the stability pool. And by promising not to sell, you can earn just a little bit of USDL or a little bit of Pulse or both. I think that's pretty cool because I'm going to be doing that with my loan token so I can earn some Pulse. Oh, isn't it cool how this system works? My thoughts on Bitcoin is it's dead. It is a dead horse. Don't beat it. I literally did the math on this the other night, and just the electricity costs. Even if you used industrial electricity price rates, which drops to like 3 cents a kilowatt hour instead of 7.9 at 110 kilowatt hours, terawatt hours, not gigawatt, not megawatt, not kilowatt, terawatt hours. That's over $3.3 billion worth of electricity that was spent in the attempts of mining Bitcoin and keeping it active in 2021. There were 5,700 tokens of Bitcoin that were received in mining. If you sold them all at the top, which you couldn't have without affecting price, if you sold them all at the top, then and only then they would have been worth 400 million. So that means that at its best case, it ran a minimum of $2.9 billion deficit, which means that a bunch of miners are going into bankruptcy. I even talked to a Bitcoin miner, and they told me about how they put their system on freeze to save power because there's not enough action going on. They're not getting enough chance to earn the Bitcoin, and their system can't keep up with the difficulty maybe. Because they have to constantly keep up on hardware, and then the cooling costs, and then the salary costs for maintaining the actual overheads, where I was just calculating the electricity to break even, not building rentals, maintenance. Oh my God, when you start looking at all the input costs, you talk to these guys, they're very nervous. And I talked to one that wasn't a low performer. They're a mid-grade, and they had to go through shutdowns, and they still weren't doing the best. That is some brutal crap. And that's last year. So I looked at minimum viable network electricity costs. 15 years. Now, even if you got cheaper electricity, you still have maintenance of this new electrical plant, salaries, property rental, property taxes, all sorts of overheads into the maintenance. And you need 12,000 computers to run Bitcoin. That's how big the census is. And they are not willing to adapt. Bitcoin maximalists are stuck in the past, worse than I am with a 1980s Top Gun motif. Ouch. That's my thoughts on Bitcoin. It's gonna die. I thought I had another pump or two in it, and now I'm wondering like how much it's gonna have another pump, especially if we go into a worldwide recession that borders on a depression and no one's buying it. Oh my. That number can get scary for miners a lot faster. They need price to double every year to make the same amount of money because they can only make half the amount of Bitcoin every year. That's what Michael Saylor's winning strategy says. Oh, so gross. All right, I think I ranted enough on Bitcoin. Icosa staking gives 190% APY. Oh, Bob, you're here. I've been ranting. Let's get you into stream.
What the?
Thank you, buddy. Good to see you. How are you?
Hey, man, can you hear me okay? Had a little
you're
technical
coming through.
difficulty there.
It seems to be all cleared up. I'm hearing you through nice and clear.
All right. Not too much. All right. Yeah. So what's up? I got my issued Red Bull here.
Nice. I feel like a rock star. It's bigger.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. So what are we doing? Giving uninformed opinions on everything?
Yes. I am completely talking out my butt on everything. I love it. And people love it too. Yeah. So I mean, you can field some questions too. How's your evening going? Like everyone bored on a Friday coming to join in?
Oh yeah, I gotta wake my kids up in a little bit here so nobody pees the bed. But typical stuff. Yeah, so some of the lore you maybe haven't heard about since you're somewhat of a late comer. CryptoKitties was like the OG, like original NFT, pretty much. It was like people weren't calling it. People weren't calling them NFTs back then, but it was like a game that you could play. I was even trying to remember, see what I could remember about it. But it's actually, I'm not sure how terrible my upload will be if I share screen here. I'll give it a try here.
All right.
I pulled it up. I pulled it up on Etherscan while we were.
Okay.
There we go. While you were you were answering a couple questions there when I was in the back room.
All right. And Icosa staking 190% APY. See, I haven't gotten any Icosa yet to stake. My Hedron's still staked, earning Icosa. My WhatsApps haven't been blown up. So that's cool. I was wondering what the Icosa stake rate was.
Yeah, so that's going to go down. I mean, it just stands to reason. I mean, the only way to get Icosa during the first 30 days was to give up HSIs. So, like, the number of people that are going to give up HSIs versus people that'll stake their free Hedron to get free Icosa.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who would do you think it's more likely that people would give up HSIs that they know have some value in the future to swap for new kid on the block? Maybe it's a good play, but I'm guessing that a lot of people probably stuck with staking their free Hedron and just waiting 30 days.
Well, yeah, because the Icosa,
whenever all those, when that first round of 30-day stakes come out, you can bet that APY is going to shrink. We'll see how the actual price itself does. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, the API is going to shrink because, like, Icosa right now is technically inflationary. There's more and more of it coming into the system. As it comes into the system, there's more to stake. Like, it's the same thing with Hex will eventually go down because, I mean, as it inflates over enough years, I think 17 or something, the supply will almost double. And so, I mean, like, more and more people will be able to stake. So, I mean, the staking will go from 10% of holders to like 50% of holders. The APY will slowly get dragged down as there's more in there. Icosa is going to go through the same process. This is just brand new APY FOMO. So there is some nice benefits to being early and first in a system to game it and get a hold of the best rates. But yeah, they will be going down for sure. I guess your screen sharing didn't work too much. It definitely lagged out a little bit when that happened.
Oh, did it? Okay, I'll
or it seemed to, or did I have to bring it? Oh,
I'll drop the link.
Share it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me pop that back.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I had to bring it on screen. I was like, I thought you had full rates. Oops.
Yeah. I can ask permission, but you're in charge. You're driving the bus here.
All right, add to stream. There we go. Now you're driving.
It looks like it. I mean, it looks like I wasn't sure if it was even active. Like I had no idea what the gas efficiency was like on this contract since it's so old. Because this was launched in, like, I want to say mid 2017.
Okay.
So, well, I guess we could look at here's somebody minting a brand new CryptoKitty.
What is this CryptoKitties thing? So it was before the 2018 crash. So it was around with Filecoin and Steemit.
Yeah, would have been back in those days. Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay, all right.
This is minting. I mean, this isn't bad. I mean, $3 to mint a token.
Well, what is CryptoKitties? You could mint them.
Yeah, so it's like a game. If I remember right, it's like a game. I mean, we could check out the site.
Oh God. And it's still going.
Well, and here's so this was they're calling it giving birth to a new token, and then you can actually, this is one of the few token projects that Etherscan actually integrates, so you can actually see the token artwork.
Oh,
on
look at
Etherscan.
that.
Now I popped this one up on OpenSea. That's the odd thing. If you haven't looked at NFTs much,
Are these NFTs?
Every NFT platform will display the art, but the owner of the token has to release it for sale.
So is this where NFTs started? Is this the origin contract?
This is one of the originals. I don't know if it was the original non-fungible, but it is definitely one of the first, if not the first. I remember it made news because people were, it was like this. There was a couple of days or maybe a week where Ethereum, which was fairly new at the time, the chain was completely slammed full and the transaction fees were going through the roof. But it was just a couple of days of like a year and a half, like what we saw recently. But it was because people were playing CryptoKitties. Everybody got hooked on CryptoKitties, and they were doing whatever tasks that they, I don't even remember what you did in the DApp to generate new, but it's like procedurally generated art type stuff.
All right, interesting. So this is still around. Do these even still have any value?
Looks like it's still around.
Weird. All right.
Well,
so
we could
$3
see here.
To create your own CryptoKitty.
And basically, you remember Orca? You met Orca a couple times on Twitter.
Yes. Oh, he makes
goes by Cash Scratching. Now he's going by Accept Cookies. Got the Cookie Monster.
Yeah. Accept Cookies. Yeah, he gets me on tangents.
Yeah, he was the one that was doing that introduced us to the Pokegon NFTs. That's the one you talked about way earlier, where the NFT is like your ticket into the education. My camera died. You still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, camera just crapped out on me.
Yeah, that's the that's the NFT. That NFT with utility. That's an NFT I'm interested in.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm about 2/3 of the way through all the videos. There's some pretty advanced stuff there. I mean, it's just all how much you want to like review and stop and go over stuff and like take advantage of like pausing the video and kind of following along if you want, or you can. I'm not certain. So I know that with the Pokegon NFTs, if you complete all the videos, then you're like upgrade your little player character on the NFT, so your artwork will actually change to something that looks a little less refined, I'm assuming. But so it's just a matter of if you're concerned about upgrading your artwork, then it probably makes sense to just stay on the main website and watch all the videos in at normal speed. But if you don't really care about that so much, like me, you can pop open the external player and it'll open up like the Google Drive player, and then you can watch everything on double speed and burn through the content.
Okay. So how many view hours have you put into like it so far as 2/3? Like 100 or 50?
Probably 15.
15?
Yes.
That's not too bad. So like 22 hours or something worth of content of alpha?
Yeah, I'd guess, yeah.
Nice.
How much did you it's well, and there again, because you have to remember I'm burning through at double speed, so
yeah.
Well, just about all of it.
Okay, so it's more like 40 hours or plus of content.
Yeah, I mean, so if you think about it that way, it's like $1-ish an hour, because these things were when Orca was minting them, he was basically doing it for almost no cost. Send him like 0.05 Ethereum or something like that back then. It was basically, it worked out to be like 55 or 60 some bucks.
That's not too bad.
But then there was a dip in the price after they launched, I was able to scoop up a handful of them to give away for pretty cheap.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks like the cheapest CryptoKitty available on OpenSea is selling for $14.22.
Huh. So you can mint one for $3 and potentially sell it for 14.
Yeah, seems like
Weird. Huh.
And then
Wonder
there's
if that
probably,
covered the
there's
gas.
probably ones that are more. I mean, there's definitely ones that are going to be more expensive than that. Like that's just the absolute cheapest. You know, the default sort for OpenSea is low to high, price low to high. So
Nice.
you know,
Thank you,
looks like
T-Hex.
point one is like pretty standard, or 0.01.
Okay.
Which is just still not even 1450. So
yeah.
Anyways, there's your small history lesson on the OG original
NFTs. Since I'm talking about NFT marketplaces, I guess the history lesson was definitely good.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. Like that's cool. Now I understand. Like when you first said it, I was thinking of like the cat on the Pop-Tart with the rainbow behind it, like a whole era of internet stuff. And I'm like, this has to be a joke. I didn't think it was real, but of course, yeah, like Doggy Coin was a joke. Of course it's real.
Yeah, the joke that just keeps on coming back.
Yeah. You got any thoughts on this question from AK? Price point fishing for what's Hex and Bitcoin's bottom.
No idea. I don't know.
No idea?
I mean, I remember. So it doesn't feel like it's over. I'll say that much. So like just in general sentiment and feeling. So I was like pretty much brand new last time. I got in like December 2017, literally the top. And I was brand new. So of course I was buying Bitcoin. And then like sometime in January, I remember reading an article about how, Ethereum was going to go to proof of stake. And so my brand new brain was like, oh man, I should buy some Ethereum because, it's going to go to proof of stake and people are going to buy it up and that's going to drive the price up. Yeah. So picked up some of that stuff thinking that proof of stake was going to be like 6 months out. And, I don't even remember what I ended up swapping that for. But, to shorten the story, like I remember the price dead catting from, the 20K top down to, 12-ish, 8K, and then it was just bouncing around like 6K sideways forever. And then Craig Wright, the guy who still claims Satoshi, decided he was going to fork the fork of Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin had forked like a year and a half before, I want to say.
Okay.
It's been like September. I want to say it was late. I mean, you can see it on the chart where they started the fork. Basically, Craig, in the beginning when Bitcoin Cash forked off of Bitcoin, Craig Wright was in cahoots with Roger Ver and I think Jihan Wu was the name of the guy that ran Bitmain at the time. The people that made the Bitcoin miner. Basically, they make the majority of the Bitcoin miners out there, the Ant miner. And they had decided to, they were all buddies when Bitcoin Cash first forked, and then like a year and some change later, Craig Wright decides that he's going to release Bitcoin Satoshi's vision, which was a fork of the fork. So the guy that claims to be the original is not even going to fork it, quote unquote, his product. He's going to fork the fork of his stuff. And it was like contentious, and there was like, a whole bunch of internet Reddit forum drama about it. And you can literally see it on the chart when the fork happened. That's what took us from 6K, like the trap door, straight down to 3K.
Wow. So like, interesting.
It feels more like we're bouncing around. This feels more like it felt like back when we were doing the 6K sideways thing. It doesn't quite feel like the we just dropped another 50% down to 3K.
Well, yeah, as far as I'm following on Bitcoin, basically if it drops to like below 15K or 10K, I mean, that could bankrupt MicroStrategies. And if they go bankrupt, you can see asset sell-offs from them. So, I mean, there's all kinds of pain that could occur from all sorts of leverage mechanisms. But where the bottom will really be, I mean, I'd be really nice for 11K and pray. I'm worried it's going to go lower. And funny enough, I think at that point, it'll decorrelate from Hex. If the whole market screams in a fireball, I think Hex will start to stand out for its lower liquidity and its faith in community, and the price will hold stabler and people will run to it because it's not going down as fast as everything else when there's no safe place in the market. So we may see some interesting activity. I'm hopeful for a decorrelation of Hex and that 2.9 is enough to maintain a sturdy double bottom to trade off of if we bounce off.
Did you see that Eric Wall was actually defending Hex a few days ago?
Who was?
Eric Wall, the guy that's been ragging on.
Yeah. That's Richard's friend, right? The one that's usually ragging on Hex.
Yeah, he's like Richard's friend, but he usually trolls a lot, and I think he's had Hex for a long time. He just enjoys the drama and the engagement. But yeah, Mike Alfred was talking about how like everything pumped except Hex and stuff. And then Eric Wall actually said that he thought it was impressive that Hex has continued to maintain sideways instead of just basically dead cat bouncing all the way down to the bottom. Yeah. Hey, I gotta hop off. Well, I'll just mute and step out for maybe like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but then I'll be back.
All right. All right. Thanks for hopping on. Just flash your camera or something when you're back.
All right, man.
All right. All right. We'll get back to the Q&As. If you had to bet 2022 or 2023 for Pulse launch. Ooh. I'm not going to. I played that game. And I have gray hair now. I am not playing the When Pulse game. It will launch when it launches, and I have no more expectations. However, Richard Hart does kind of look like he could be Old St. Nick incognito with a hair dye and a haircut. So, I don't know. I'm hopeful for Christmas. There, I said it. I'm going to get burned for that. Grayscale Trust has announced they will claim any of the ERC20 POW tokens and reserve the right to either sell them or hold them on behalf of their investors. Going to be interesting. I assume you're talking about wrapped Bitcoin on the Ethereum network. Grayscale scooping that up as shares. Technical inflation. Interesting. I wonder what will come of that. I really do. Thank you, Wendy Shift. You brought up a really good point. And thank you, AK, for all of your questions. Geez, that's a good one. Grayscale Trust. What will be? That is going to be interesting. Like, I mean, these are wrapped tokens. So they're created from a bridge that isn't really bridging in. They're kind of a spoofed copy. I'm assuming these are the ones we're talking about. Please correct me in the comments if we're wrong, because I don't know a lot about these tokens. So yeah, there's a good possibility. There's a good possibility that there could be some action there, because like that price though at least isn't bonded with Bitcoin. But if it starts pumping there because they're buying it up, that might get some FOMO going in OG Bitcoin a little bit, but I still think there is a lot of pain to come because the world market is not in a good place. Mark G says, sound is good. Oh, that's back from when Bob joined. All right. Have you seen the Coast Team Wait? They'll be doing an on-off fiat ramp exclusive for Pulse. I don't know, because Richard Hart has an on-off ramp that I think he's planning to use, and he has his own bridge. I'm not sure if I want to use anybody else's. I haven't thought about it much, so that's what they're doing. Wait is bringing a bridge. Sorry about the cigarette, guys. After about 2 hours of live streaming, I just could not go without some nicotine anymore. Obviously, I sit here and stare at market charts. You think I don't smoke my life away? The stress. Look at the red candles. All right. So one of the members has been on a few streams like Crypto Coffee sharing info. That's right. Crypto Coffee has given us some embrace. I've got to go watch one of his episodes on this token and do some research. I haven't had a lot of time, work, and contact with you guys. All right, I'll have a little look into it, but programming bridges is hard. They are a huge point of exploit. Most bridges have been hacked. Well, I'm not sure most. That's an exaggeration. But most hacks you hear about are bridge hacks, is a more accurate way to say that. The two Bitcoin hacks aren't really Bitcoin hacks, they're Bitcoin bridge hacks. And that's because the bridges suck. Oh, they suck. And yeah, they're buying up clone bridge tokens. Grayscale, you guys are gutsy. Leverage, gamble. NFT discussion. I know I'm not big on NFTs, but Bob is. And Bob has been a long-time supporter of my channel. And he wants to come on and give me someone to engage with because the good questions are nice, but sometimes I like talking. So I'm thankful he came and stopped in. And CryptoKitties, now I know a little bit of history, but we will keep this on PulseChain products and Bitcoin. All right, we'll do that. When Bob comes back, I'll be like, all right, no more NFTs. Nobody on my channel likes NFTs, Bob, unless it has utility like a WhatsApp NFT. One-to-one Pulse. Yo, that was me. That's right, me responding because I was just trying to fit that in there. Thank you for being here, Eddie. Oh, you didn't even get a chance to get thanked. All right. Not a bridge. Wait is not a bridge. I gotta. Oh, all right. It will be a Banks, like a wallet. Oh, it's actually a KYC on ramp. So Wade is like a stock in this KYC bank. Interesting. I will look into it. Thank you, Mark G, for dropping the alpha. I have heard of all these tokens opening, but I haven't had powder in the keg. That is another thing that kills interest. I have enough projects I like. I very rarely get $50 every couple months I can spend on crypto. That's how limited I am. So when I get in, it's not like I've got time to split it on a whole bunch of tokens. I will have to look into weight so I can give the opinion to the community. So thank you. All right. And we still got 20 viewers here. This is still happening to be a pretty decent night. All right. Any more questions, guys? Any more deep dives? We've had a lot of really good questions. 2 hours by myself. I can't believe I've kept this going this whole time. Thank you, Bob, for chopping in with a little bit of NFT wisdom, apparently. All right. I'm just not big on speculation on NFT as art. The reason Bob, and I get excited about Bob with the NFTs, is those Pokegos. They evolve as you learn. And they're kind of cheap to scoop up, and they get hours of content. Now, granted, I put it out for free, but it's not that much. Like a lot of places are charging this and that, but apparently you've got resale value with that NFT. Someone else can view the content after you have. So, all right, an educational NFT. You guys know I like utility. So that's why I get a little excited there. What's up, Hexicans? Tin Top, yes. I got my at least 2 what's up at NFTs. I had my chance to mint those. You guys want to look at some price charts? I know you guys usually like my price chart, TA. Oh, yeah, I have to do a screen share if I'm going to do price charts with you guys. I can't just click on it. It's not like when I'm doing my video recording. Did you catch my question about the buy and burn start at the ratio? That's where I dropped that comment in there. So, I mean, the buy and burn, it always is running off the ratios in the DEX. And so the Oracle will tell us what that price of the buy and burn is. The ratio will be trading. There will be volume. It will have a chance to scoop up tokens, but none of it really matters before it has a price. It'll be spinning the dials on ratios, which will be interesting. It might even give it a leg up because, I mean, starting with a 1-to-1 ratio right off the bat with Pulse. But a lot of people, if they dive out of PulseX into Pulse because they really did miss the Pulse sacrifice and they're using it like that, then it's going to drop it in a liquidity pool to get chewed up That's going to take a while. So, I mean, the buy and burn will have an active chance to scoop up a lot. There'll be a lot of crazy volume, and it might rebalance the ratio 1-to-1. But I mean, on testnet, we saw a huge FOMO into Pulse and a dive of PulseX, and it's been taking forever to catch back up with the buy and burn because it doesn't get used enough. So I hope that answers your question, D Hexachem. How about what's up, Alex? Now, there's somebody I'd love to get on my stream sometime to actually talk a little deeper about Hedron, pick his brain. Oh my, the guy who built it. I think I could come up with a question or two for him, or at least get my understanding of ICOSA and the Hedron system completely answered. Because I don't understand the tipping point exactly, or the Hedron buy-up point. I don't get those deflationary aspects of Hedron as working very quickly, and I don't totally understand, like the rates and everything. I get it. Hedron allows you can take loans in it against your HSI stakes. You can use it to participate in buying those in auctions. All right, that's cool. So, and there is a deflation to it. I got that. Hedron, cool. Long man's game, though. But then with ICOSA and the WhatsApps, I'm like, all right, I got the NFTs. I understand what they're doing, sitting there yielding ICOSA until they blow up. I'm poor, so it's a small yield, but I will get my ICOSA. Yeah, the What's Up are awesome. I really do have to hound Alex more. He's one of the few people that I didn't actually rag on my live streams. Just drag on here and be like, come on, man, you are going to teach the world. All right. The Coin Critic, the only NFTs I liked were Uniswap V3 liquidity NFTs until I bought a basketball team using an NFT. Whoa. The Coin Critic owns a basketball team, a real team. Interesting. I got some big leagues watching my show tonight. I think you got lucky in the NFTs. There were people who had luck. I am just not willing to play my luck on the NFTs. All right, that did answer your question. Beautiful. Yes, you are lucky you did that, Coin Critic. Oh, it made me open to the HSIs and WhatsApp. That's wonderful. I'm glad it actually showed the utility of those. That's pretty cool. Oh, Uniswap V3 liquidity NFTs. Oh, all right. Yeah, maybe I got to read the comments a little closer. Interesting. NFTs. Okay, we got it. Wait, is a free to claim for sacrificers of 5 projects. So I should have a free claim. You can still claim. All right. I'll go claim. Where do I claim? I tried to look what's their DApp. Nobody is telling me dropping a link. You can break it up and not put the dot in there. It's not wait.io. So where do I go get my free claim from a DApp? No problem. Oh, you're burnt out, KS? Have a good night. Thanks for staying with us. Appreciate it. Yes, but if you wait to claim and earn more weight, you have to claim before. Oh, so we're playing a game. Get as close to PulseChain as you can without going over. Oh my, the price is right. Or wait, the launch is right? Oh, we're going to have to do a game show style one on that. Okay. All right. That's cute. All right. Wow. So I've been getting a larger and larger pile of weight that I can claim by not claiming my weight because I'm sitting there waiting for PulseChain to launch. You guys are funny. All right. I'm going to have to see who built weight. They've got a sense of humor. I like it. Thank you, Mark G. Thank you. I will go back and watch Coffee Crypto. He's awesome. And I have not given enough time to anybody's content. I've been so busy working, hopping on Twitter, loving my followers, and getting on YouTube. Man, I wonder how many people have been in and out tonight. I know at any given time we've been up as high as 30. I was starting to get some good followers when I was diving in deep on the numbers. You guys really do like the numbers, the maths. All right. Beast Mode 82. Considering the uncertain economic climate, if the bear market is drawn out over the course of another 6 months, how do you foresee this affecting Pulse and PulseX? So this is one of those occasions where I see a lot of pain happening to Bitcoin over this scenario where we drop below 11K. In this scenario, we get a lot of pain through Ethereum where we drop back under 1K, possibly as low as like 600, 500. We get down to there. Pulse, if it launched at a 5x at that point, so not a tenth of a cent, but a half of a tenth of a cent, 5/100ths of a cent. If it launched at that price, it would technically, well, this is if no one had done any trading. If the bridge, everyone just waited, everything would launch with true value. Your hex would be worth your hex, your hedron would be worth your hedron, and your pulse would be worth half of a tenth of a cent. And that would be pretty epic. Like, I mean, you don't have to delay around the market. Even if it gets low and Pulse finds a lower price, it doesn't have to launch cheaper than Ethereum. It could be valued as better than Ethereum. That's where market designing the value is so interesting in this concept. And I love the fact that Richard Hart's letting it run all free like that. So all in all, the whole market crashing and Pulse launching and getting green candles is great for us. Even though we can't get a lot of the people that need to be getting in, the retail investors that need to be getting saved and making these money, a lot of not institutional, but a lot of big money has been waiting on the sidelines to get into Pulse and PulseX, and it will be an epic show. Pretty much that's about the case of it. And they won't start printing again until inflation is under control. And inflation won't be under control for a while. It's getting closer. The Fed is lagging, though. They're not hitting things hard enough. Like, if they don't come out with 100 basis points, I'm just going to stop paying attention to what they do because it's going to take forever. They better come out swinging at the next meeting. They really better. Not that they care what I say, but they really better. Really, 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 really better. Powell, raise those rates, crush the market, get it over fast, like ripping a Band-Aid off. Just drop 500 basis points. Take it up to 7.5% and leave it for 2 months. Pull it down in Christmas. Don't go rate printing money and, cut rates back to like 3%. Watch what that does to inflation. Then when it comes back next year for a little bit, do the same thing for 2 months. Killed inflation. Took it out back, broke its kneecaps, bent it over a dumpster. Poof, done. I shouldn't get that graphic. And into a trunk and out in the forest. Gone. All right? That's how I feel about that. Apparently I've got a bit. Yeah, I really hope so. If they don't, they're going to lose absolutely every bit of credibility they have left. Any other questions about the financial market, math? You guys are probably pretty well informed as it is. Just getting impressed how quickly I get informed. I still can't believe that precious metals are completely exhausted with futures trading. Like, the supply is flooded at 250 times the total supply. That kills me. 250,000, just shy of 250,000 of metric tons of gold on the planet, and there are 250 times that in futures, and they're not even IOUs. You can't even claim them for gold. The stock market is so horribly manipulated. And I even figured out the options market where the game playing, where some whale with billions of dollars who has a weird obsession with Tesla constantly opens particular options in the market in large ranges that forces the gamma squeeze for the gamma to buy up Tesla shares, pumping the price well above valuation, and then dumps those options in the profit just a little bit way before they expire, so the market maker can then close those options and sell those shares. But then he opens those again, and he does this multiple times a week for week stunts, for month stunts. If only that were illegal. Oh, wait, it is. Where's the SEC? In a coma. Wait, no, they've been awakened. They've been tasked to focus on climate change and the failed crypto community. but not the realtor market. God, no. Oh, Dixon, I'm glad you appreciate. All right. Well, Mudhog, this is what's going on here is Top Gun is dropping alpha and answering questions. Any and all questions you want to pick my brain, you control me, correct my facts, see what I want to do with a calculator. I've been sharing my liquidity math. I've been sharing information on PulseX. I've been talking about my other favorite tokens, speculating about the market. We got a lot going on. It's been a little bit of an all-night Friday party. Like the viewership we're getting back up there again. We're back up to 25 viewers. For me, I'm happy running a Wayne's World style cable show. I'm glad to have you guys tuning in, checking this out, listening to my rants. No, I do not follow the Schmidt cycles. These are the number cycles, right? You're talking, I mean, I'm aware of these, and I'm aware that other traders follow these, so I'm aware of the self-fulfilling prophecies, so I am aware that there is an impact on the system. It's not something I can easily calculate, and astrology, although is interesting, I get caught up in astrophysics and the speed of light. And then the perception of time from the molecule of a photon, because time is frozen for them and all experiencing at one. Everything happens at once for a photon. There is no distinction of time for it. So no, I can't settle in on what the Mercury retrograde means for things. All right, climate change. Was I talking about climate change? Did I get into climate change? I don't think I was talking about climate change. I've been watching the Weather Network in my autistic cycles since I was a little kid playing with Lego, and I can tell you I have noticed a change in the climate. I don't know what that's in response to. Yes, you may have to rewind and watch quite a bit, Mudhog. Sorry, it's been a 2-hour stream. All right. Oh, yes, and I learned about weight tonight. It has been a big night. Thank you, Tin Top. Oh, I love it when you guys participate. Even if you're not in on the stream, at least you're talking here. This keeps it a little interesting. However, my energy is running low, so I am going to pause for just 10 seconds, okay, or 30. All right, I'll play my music again for you guys because I need to grab another one from the fridge. It's time. So here. Feel like a rock star. Oh yeah. Man, I wonder how many times I have to say that before I can get money for product placement. Yeah, no. I just whatever. It's my joke. I'm sticking with it. Richard Hertz got Red Bull. I'm taking Rockstar. And he's got Gucci flannel shirts, and I've got my lumberjack gear. But I prefer wearing my flight jacket here, rocking out, and then that's my style. That's my style. I don't pay people $6,000 to make me look like a shot couch. I go to Giant Tiger and get a flannel shirt and go lumberjack. This is what I wear when I want to get attention. Hi, folks. This is Top Gun. Thanks for tuning in. All right. What else we got going on here? The Jubilee. If you doubt the check, scroll off. You're gonna have to find me on Telegram and DM me this stuff because I would need to research it really in detail before I comment on this. I don't know enough of it. I remember I'm John McAfee's illegal clone. I haven't even existed long enough. I was conceived in a test tube. No, I'm old. I mean, hell, they were cloning sheep in the 90s. You think John McAfee wasn't experimenting? All right, this is getting off the rails. A Bushman. All right, fair enough. I need energy drinks to stay awake for for past midnight. I should turn into a pumpkin at this time, but instead I'm having a live stream party where I'm handing out alpha. All right. Yo, what's up, Top Again fam? Life Changer. Thank you for turning in. What is your Twitter? Could it be Top Gun Hexadian at Twitter? It could be. And then on my bio is the How to Pulse link. I'll drop the How to Pulse link in the chat. You probably can't click it, but you'll be able to read it. And that means you'll be able to type it because it's not as long as a burn address. So there we go. Oh, yeah, and we burned IM tonight. 5 million, 5.5 million, 5 may have been burnt. I forgot to do it after the decimals again. Oh well. Yeah. So we had a little burn IM too. Ooh, Tin Top saying hi to Life Changer. All right. So I dropped a link for How to Pulse in there, and my Twitter, my Telegram, all that good stuff is on there. I'm sure. I think a few people found me off Twitter for this stream tonight. All right. Yeah. So we've talked about the death point of Bitcoin as well. It probably has less than 15 years because of its overhead costs. PulseChain launching, the ETH-POW fork, price of Hex gaming the system. Oh my, we are really hitting all the bells today. We're really hitting all the bells. I am just dropping alpha left, right, and center. All right. Come on, guys. I do best with engagement. I know lots of things, but I don't know what you want to know about. I could sit here and rant about quantum physics and the fact that our reality doesn't make any sense because it's not static. All possibilities are occurring at once. Spooky action at a distance. Sorry, Einstein, you had everything right, but you just couldn't stomach the spooky action at a distance. But really, the universe doesn't resolve until it's observed. Holy crap. I don't think you guys want to hear about that. So engage me with questions. All right. How do you foresee Hedron performing over the next year? Ooh, now that is a good question. And Tin Top wants to know about perpetuals. That's the next one, but I'm not sure what the perpetuals are for. So Tin Top, please elaborate the question. Beast Mode 82. I love your name. Beast Mode. Yes, you should be on air more often just so I can say Beast Mode 82. All right, let's have a look at Hedron. Let's get the screen share up and get this up and going. We're going to do a little bit of screen share. All right. I would really find it interesting if RH used my Bitcoin numbers. I'm going to refine them a little bit better before he uses them, but I might know a guy who's friends of a cousin, of a nephew, of some guy's old roommate that may have once shared a bathroom with Richard Hart at a nightclub. I don't know. I'll get it to him. I'll figure out a way. Anyways, I should stop. I'm going ADD here. You guys can't see everything I can see. Now you can see everything I can see. Mwahaha. All distracted. Let's get over the price charts. Hedron. Hello, Hedron. Let's have a look where you are in my trend model. This is really, really interesting. It is way overbought by the RSI, being held up here. However, according to the moving average, it's still trading below it, making green impressions on the Instagram, which means it's moving upward slightly. But it is just hugging this line, hugging the bull trend line, or what's left of it. Let's zoom out from the 1 hour to the 4 hour. All right, and we can see now on the 4 hour, though, it would indicate that we're gaining a little more pressure, trying to recoil from all that pain on the macro, to recharge, to continue up through this bull flag. So basically, I've been looking at quite a few trends here. We've got giant bull flag action, which could play down into this tip. We've got this bear street or bull run trend that hasn't been broken yet, but it is barely holding on the way we examined, and it could just disappear. Don't worry, I can redraw it. So if it does, it means a little more down pressure to come. But there's already a bit of a rounding effect, and you can see the way it's holding on for dear hope there. As long as it holds the green line of support on its descent, I'm happy. Corrections are normal. Somewhere around the price point, I think, of 5 zeros and a 2.5. might start to see a little bit of support until we break down, and somewhere in here, this little wedge here is where I think it'll get the oomph. Oh, look, in early October, maybe news of PulseChain getting your clones on there. Same time, Hex might start pumping when the rest of the market goes to hell because decorrelation happens for some strange reason. I wonder why. It's not guaranteed, but it might happen. So we've got some possible future action in Hedron because it is a longer man's game and it still hasn't broken its all-time high, which is this blue line up here. But the next bull flag will come up to test that likely and then come back down for a market correction. So likely when we see that Fibonacci retracement, I'll draw this out for you. So here it's holding on for dear life. I see a crack. I see testing that for a bit. I see falling into this range, rounding out, maybe making some kind of W, coming down like Hex is doing, and then we go up. And then we'd have a little test to fight at this, and then maybe some stability, and then up, and some more stability checking, and then up to test that line and probably make another bull flag because it's growing nice and healthy and organically with small liquidity at this point. However, lots of hexagons are involved, so that means a bunch of rich people already want a piece. So I don't know how low that liquidity really is. I haven't looked and checked at the static liquidity right now. I hope that gives you guys some indication of what I'm thinking about Hedron. It's finding some stability in its price floor, and even the hexagons I don't think want to dump it any lower than dropping at a zero again. I don't think it's going to get, I don't think it's ever going to lose a zero again. I think we're going to stay above that one at the very least. And I think we could stay above 5 zeros and 1 6. Find support somewhere around probably 5 zeros and a 2 to 5 zeros and a 2 5. That's my guess. The tea leaves are not so clear on this. I can only share what little I glean. Hopefully that entertains you. And oh my God, I do a little market chart and you guys get chatty. Look at that. All right. Got to ask you about the perpetuals. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need clarification. Lucky, the play. I haven't seen Lucky. I'm hearing about Wait. Oh, Free Pulse. I haven't talked much about them. FreePulse.io. Yeah, they're a free faucet. That's pretty awesome. I'm not that big on casinos, though. Lucky, you guys are going to have to bring me up to speed a little bit on Lucky. And I would love it if RH used my BTC numbers. I'd be so flattered. And I wouldn't even care if I got the credit. I'd just be happy to see my model or encumbered up there and running. I'd love to see him crush Bitcoiners with an estimated death point of beast with Bitcoin. So I'm really going to have to make a more precise model that's really hard to dispute, that he can go ahead and beat people on the head with. That would be a lot of fun, I think. I really, really do think that would be a lot of fun. Mark G. Okay, I missed the PulseX. So did I. Do I use Hex pre-bridge? Not looking for financial advice. Oh, Mark, I've had my opinions. So pre-bridge, well, as soon you missed the PulseX, but if you got in on some of these other things, you might get paid in Pulse. If you got in on Pulse, there's also the freepulse.io. You can go there and free claim Pulse. Then immediately with your free claim Pulse, and it'll be working pre-bridge. You can use your free claim Pulse from freepulse.io, and you can use that to maybe buy some Hex during that. Watch those ratios as you get less and less Pulse for Hex. That's when maybe you use some of your free Pulse to buy some Hex if it's going that direction. But ratio trading before the bridge is, by God, dangerous. So I plan to go in and buy some Hex with my free Pulse and stake it. It's funny how staking Hex saves us from all the worst decisions we're ever going to make. And trust me, I look at the market charts and I'm like, I kind of feel like I can see the future. I mean, that's way too vague. I would not open anything on it, but I opened my reputation on Apple. I've been gloating all over Twitter, if you guys haven't caught, and my other shows. Nobody seems to care because I'm like, hey, short Apple and make a profit. I said here a little early at 172, short Apple with a stop loss of 180. It went to 176 and came crashing down. I didn't say close it, and it came crashing down. I still was like, nah, let's not close it here. It came up, and I'm like, short again. BS again at 164. Double shorted on the way down. Then I called out last night to warn people of a gamma squeeze coming in Apple to stores near you, which is very small. Like crypto market want to laugh about this. Oh yeah, that delete, switch tools. Crypto market want to go and done laugh about this because like that's a pump, that's a pop up and a pop down. Well, here, let me make it look more like crypto. All right, forget the ROIs there. All right, this is the gamma squeeze that happened to them in the morning. I know it looks more crypto-esque. I told people yesterday that, hey, you're going to want to close it in the morning because it's probably going to dip lower than 150 because you've got a lot of options, apparently 105,000 open contracts. Close those in the morning. Take your profits and get the hell out. And then, in the end of the day, reopen your shorts and options later in the afternoon. So if you did that, you got a 19% and 10% short gain in Apple, and then you've reopened a position with part of your gains and bought Hex and staked it with the rest of your gains. I gave that away a free for Twitter. I gave it away for free. Richard Hart called the Bitcoin bottom. I've called the Apple top and double shorted it for fun. And so people have made some money off that trade, possibly. I did not open a put. I did not have the money to open a put because I know that I need to be able to overmake the fees with the percentage, and I just didn't have the money because $50 is not going to open me a put on Apple. So I haven't bothered to go learn how to actually open puts yet. Sorry, I had to do my gloat for a moment. So yeah, financial advice, stick around. Oh, Bob is back. Maximus DAO staking pools. Now, those are cool. I do love Maximus token. We have not talked about that anywhere near enough. I'm going to get Bob's opinion on Maxi token and the team token and all the other bonds that they're pulling out, because I'm just going to call them bonds. I'm sorry, the SEC's in a coma. I'll put the fear of God. Ooh, DX again. Ooh, you are proud. All right, well, I will give you access to my Bitcoin death math as well. And thank you for the links. All right, I think I'm pretty much caught up in these, so we can get to Bob because he's back here. Bob, let's bring you into the stream. And I will finish these questions, guys. Don't leave, or get louder. I will come back to these and make Bob pay attention to the comments too. Bob, welcome back to the stream. Let me end
pay attention.
Yeah. See, the audience matters in this. I care about my audience, so we got to read their comments and pay a little bit of attention to them.
I try to, when I don't go on live streams a whole lot. I have a little bit, but I try to remember that like there are people watching and stuff. Like there's to be considerate and not just like talk to the person on the screen and ignore everybody else. So
yeah, like we can obviously. Yeah, we can get into a conversation, but yeah, just once in a while, like, yeah, take a breath, check the comments, because people want to hear more about what we're talking about or less. They'll give us the kind of engagement, because like my viewers hate NFTs. I was up to 30, you hopped on, we went down to 20.
Oh boy.
yeah, it's still good. It's still good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. Like, I don't want people to think like when I talk about like very limited, like when I was talking about the Pokegon with the educational videos, that's like really the only thing I've been interested in. Like, I still don't get the whole, like, we're going to make a collection of pictures and like, why do we give a crap that the ownership is on chain? Like, I don't get it for the most part. To me, it's just like roulette with a whole lot of extra steps. Like,
oh yeah. I mean, I get the idea of a contract being useful and like in legal terms, owning a deed to something that's substantial can be handy. Sure. But digitally created art.
It's like owning it's like owning a web favorite. Like, if you think about it, that's the information that's the only information in the NFT. Like, when was it printed, who printed it, so who paid the fee, who owns it right now, and what's the resource URL.
But then for WhatsApp, when you turn these deeds into something like a financial bond, Like what's a NFT is this contract, but now it's a financial tool that actually has long-term value, right?
And like the like how Uniswap V3 works in the background. Basically, you send your LP to the pool, and everyone's tokens get locked into a single pool contract. But each person, as they're depositing their tokens, so like Hex, USDC Hex,
Yeah.
it goes into the USDC Hex pooling contract. But each individual person, as they're depositing, they say, "Oh, and by the way, for my little tiny portion of the pool, I'm willing to sell my Hex, say from." Well, I'm actually looking at one of my positions here. I'm willing to provide liquidity from 3.2 cents up to 5.4 cents. So that means if the price drops to 3.2 cents and below, I'm sitting completely in Hex and my position has been emptied of its USDC. Nice. And completely the opposite. If the price pushes all the way up to 5.4 cents and above, I got to remember which way. I got to reverse my hand so that it looks right on the screen. If the price goes to 5.4 cents or above, then people have completely replaced all my Hex and with USDC, and I'm sitting only in USDC. But that's an NFT. Those price parameters, basically. My address owns.
So when CoinChanger said the NFT that he traded from Uniswap, he meant V3 and the asymmetrical liquidity. Those are NFTs, those little balloons on the side of the liquidity pool?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got screen share up if you want to pop it up.
Yeah, why light bulb on this is educational. All right. So when I create my LP on PulseX, it's an NFT as well. Is it the same technology? Do we know?
No, because that's not bounded liquidity.
Okay.
I don't think it is an NFT because everyone's in that instance. Everyone's joining the pool, and you have to join the pool at the current ratio.
Yeah.
So in that X times Y equals K, you have to provide the current ratio of X and Y.
So that wouldn't be
otherwise each LP joining the pool would upset the K.
Okay, and that wouldn't be defined inside of the NFT contract. I get it. So it has to be a different mechanic.
As far as I can tell, how V3 actually works. So you have all these individual liquidity, like concentrated liquidity positions. All of these people deciding, like, I'm only going to sell my Hex, and I'm just using Hex because that's the example on screen. Like, this position, if you look here, I decided for the amount of Hex I had, and this is mostly just this is my doxed wallet for just for demo and education.
Okay.
But on this one, I decided to make a demo position from 3 cents to 5 cents. So basically where we've been ranging the last couple months, between 3 and 5 cents. So I think that how this is working is everybody's funds goes into a single contract. And if it doesn't bore everybody to tears, we can pull that up and look at it. But everybody deposits their USDC and Hex, or if it's single-sided, just USDC or just Hex, depending on where you are on the current price slider. It all goes into a single contract, but then the control of my liquidity is issued as an NFT. So the parameters when I go to join the pool, when I added this position, I said, hey, I want to be in the pool from 0.328 or 3.28 cents up to 5.40 cents. So, like I said earlier, like it says right here, yeah, I don't know if you can see the fine print or not. See if I can zoom in on that a little bit. Okay, perfect.
No, that's a little small for me. There we go. Almost. I think my audience can see it.
There we go. Now we're way up.
I can also full screen this. That helps. Now I can't see comments, but yeah.
So at that price, my position will be on 100% Hex.
Okay.
So I think of each NFT like a little pop-up store. So I made my pop-up store, so it's like I'm in the mall, which is what the pooling contract would be, but then my individual position is like a little pop-up storefront inside the mall. And I'm just like, hey, I'm willing to sell sunglasses from 3 cents to 5 cents. I've got this many sunglasses.
Cool.
You know, people walk up and they deposit USDC and they take away hex. Or, you know, people decide like, oh man, I kind of wish I had my sunglasses left, my sunglasses back. So they bring their USDC back. So they bring their sunglasses back, set them on the shelf, and pick up USDC like an inventory return, just like any kind of return you do at a store. So that's kind of how like I see it in my head. What makes sense.
That
so
makes
like
a
I'm
little.
operating my own little storefront. And then the Uniswap, the Uniswap or I think that the way that Uniswap is working is it's taking all of us independent storefront operators, and it's kind of acting like a DEX aggregator just within the swap contract itself. It's taking all of these individual liquidity positions, and where we all overlap, like I'm willing to go from 3 cents to 5 cents, and somebody else is willing to go from 5 cents to 7 cents, or maybe 4 cents to 7 cents. So we've got that overlap there, and when the price is at 4 cents, it's gonna draw out of both of our stores. It's gonna pull liquidity from both of those positions.
See, that's so different than my analogy. The way I described it back when I did my Uniswap V3 math video is I described the liquidity pools like old seesaws or teeter-totters, and just think of the balloons like helium that our kids are holding on either side of the teeter-totter that are still affecting the weight and balance so it doesn't travel naturally and balanced like it should, making it asymmetrical. And as these balloons go, they pop sometimes. And I think people liked it, but yours is definitely a lot more on point.
Yeah,
Taught
it's
me a
just
bit
whatever
tonight.
makes sense. Whatever makes sense for you. I mean, I did IT work for a long time, so I've kind of like the wheels are already greased for trying to come up with like analogies for common things that people use in the real world to relate tech concepts back to common concepts, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a quick moment at the comments.
Yeah, sure. Do that whole thing that I said earlier, not ignore the chat.
Yeah. So people asked here what you think hex price will be. You know what? I'm tired of price calls. Life changer, love it, but no, I'm not getting. I know I'm the price guy now, but I'm not doing it.
Real quick, I said a couple months ago that if whoever controls the OA addresses and the PulseX sacrifice addresses, if they really trust the bridge, then what they can do is take they could, basically at the moment of the fork, both of those supplies are going to be copied. So you can think of that as like a left hand and a right hand. So if they really trusted the bridge and they really wanted parity, basically if they wanted parity, yeah, like if parity was like the most important thing to the entity that controls all of that hex supply, what they could do is take 50% of the Ethereum hex in the OA and the PulseX sacrifice address. Basically we can reasonably assume that a similar entity controls all of those addresses. Yeah. So you can just take all those addresses and take 50% of the hex out of each of them and bridge it across. And then go over on the Pulse side, take 50% of the liquidity over there, bridge it across the other way. Lock all four together in two pairs. Two pairs on, one pair on the Ethereum side, one pair on the Pulse side. And then it's like, who else has more supply to try to shift those pairs? It's like instant parity. Like it's like boss mode parity. Nobody else in the world has enough hex supply to shift those pairs significantly.
This is true. But, if that happens, if that happens, it'll stabilize the hex price, so it won't really matter, and there won't be such a huge dip. That would be cool to see.
Have you spoken to ProFX much?
No, I don't think I've even.
Telegram.
Oh, ProFX. We used to.
ProFX,
Yeah, we used to speak in the we used to speak in the AMA chat. I haven't talked to him in ages. I don't think I found him on Twitter yet.
His concern was that doing that would create a huge liquidity channel. Basically, you'd turn the entire hex pair into basically a liquidity suck. You could possibly, it would basically give every single pair inside a PulseChain the opportunity to swap into this massively liquid hex pair and then shoot across into the Ethereum chain and extract the value out that way. And then, of course, there's bridge risk, and it's not like we haven't seen any bridges get hacked in the last 6 months.
Yes, most hacks are a result of bad bridges. I don't know who Randy Hilarski is, but I am always up for
OG shitcoiner.
Oh,
and has been in Hex for a long time.
Okay,
not necessarily beginning, but for a really long time. Yeah, you catch Command and Crypto. He's there all the time.
Okay, all right. Yeah, JPEGs are temporary shit. Y'all not gonna argue.
Yeah,
with
we'll
that.
see. I mean, JPEGs are kind of like the pets.com of the internet boom. You know, we could see much better use cases for NFTs. You know, I really hope that the whole like trading art, you know, like people keep buying them. So it's like, I want to say that it's stupid, but it also like people keep doing it. So it's like, it's
Gwei is 3 right now. I'm not sure what you're saying by Gwei is $3 or whatever.
No, he's saying that this reduces the use case for PulseChain, and I would counter that Unit 3 Gwei minting an NFT is like $5, $3 to $5, and on PulseChain it's going to be like, you know, 1/3 to 5 thousandths of a penny. So
yeah, that's going to win.
We know how that goes for you.
Okay. NFT comments now. We've got one. The phasers, Luna calendar cycles. Oh, I'm not going into that stuff. Sorry, Yaxkin. Yeah,
solar calendar.
Not going into that stuff. Not on stream. That's not. I'm not doing astrology, and I'm not going to comment on anyone's religion or astrology or anything. We're going to stay away from those topics. Ha! Don, is that you? Oh my god, I love that one. I burnt some IM tonight. That's great. Let's see.
I don't have any.
Action.
I keep forgetting about that one.
A couple people might have noticed. Look at that. There's been a little bit of price action while I've been on stream. It's gone up a little bit. There's one extra buyer. Ha! Somebody watched the stream and went, you know what? I'm doing it. All right. Awesome. All right, maybe they are incorrect. I don't know, but that will catch us up on the comments. I'm going to leave that one up there. I love it. And the floor is yours again, Bob. Thanks for taking a moment to pay attention to the audience. And thank you for bringing some alpha for me. You are actually giving me some background specs that I hadn't previously had time to dive into.
Yeah, that's just me looking at what happens when you create a new LP on V3, and then just opening up the block explorer and kind of looking, you know, seeing, hey, what happens in the background under the hood. But yeah, it's something. It's like I've been spending way too much time messing around with V3 because PulseX, unless we launch like June of next year, V3 code is out of the question. So the V3 code, Uniswap decided to launch with a restricted license. So it's like a restricted license that converts. Like they retain the copyright for up till now, they've said that they're going to retain the copyright for 2 years. So that's like end of March, beginning of April next year. So reasonably, I think Richard would probably go on the safe side if he was going to try to use the V3 code. He wouldn't even start development until the license had flipped to open source. But somebody was just telling me recently, I heard somebody saying that it's not necessarily like Uniswap could decide, as long as they decide, I think before the date that they've currently published, if they wanted to decide they could extend by another year or 2 years. So,
they can extend that.
I don't know if there's like an indefinite amount of time that they can retain the private copyright on it. But I'm trying to remember who said it. Somebody said that they could. Basically, it's kind of like contracting with the government. The government, you know, government contracts, they'll lock in for like a year, but then there's always like 2 option years. At least, you know, for US DoD contracting, that's how it works. So I mean, like everybody will decide on the terms, they'll start doing business. So the government has the option to flush after the first year, or if they like the vendor, they can roll over for up to 2 option years without rebidding, putting them back out on the street for a new vendor. So to launch with V3 code, which I would love because I think V3 is awesome. Like the concentrated liquidity positions are really handy, I think. Mainly because, as go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I honestly I think it'll be interesting if Uniswap 3 comes and wants to play, and I know there's people like yourself that love them. I think the mechanic's cool, but it basically Rube Ginberg's the math. Like, the math is already complicated enough for calculating liquidity prices and ranges,
Right.
but keeping track of those bubbles on the side, like, as somebody who's sitting here crunching the numbers, I'm glad PulseX is built the way it's built.
But it's basically like all the providers and the customers love V3 though, because you don't have all this wasted dormant capital. Because in V2 and the V2 AMMs, you are agreeing to sell. Basically the first disadvantage with V2 is that you can't participate unless you walk up to the pair with the current ratio. So like you can't join the pair unless you have both sides of the pair.
Yeah.
So basically that implies that, hey, if you only in a world where we like to see the hex price go up and the liquidity is low, if I have 100,000 liquid hex that I want to use for LP, depending on the ratio, I might have to liquidate up to half of that. So basically I have to hammer the liquidity down. I've got to sell the price down, getting the other side of the pair, or I have to sell the price down in some other pair and make like 2 or 3 hops. Like I've got to sell, if I want to do USDC, but I don't want to hammer the hex USDC liquidity really hard, then I've got to, my only other option is probably to try to trickle out into hex through the hex Ethereum pair, and then take my Ethereum and liquidate that into USDC, and then come back to the hex USDC pair with my whatever remaining hex I have. And, as long as the pair hasn't shifted to where, I'm at a deficit for USDC, then I can join the symmetrical or the V2 pair. Versus...
See, that's where I love the mechanics, like having loan token, being able to participate in earning USDL and Pulse. You can immediately get a stable coin to use as one side of the pair to jump into the ratios by just harvesting there. There's so many fun utilities where PulseX works just fine. I know you're a V3 guy, but I am V2. I love it.
Yeah, I need to start poking around on V2 and just get used to it. I mean, it's the provider. Like I said, it's really easy to see why the providers like it, because you can bind your buys and sells into a specific range. And within that range, you're always either dollar cost selling or dollar cost buying. That's all that it is.
And I do appreciate that.
It turns your position into the way I was thinking of it. I said it I was using the like storefront analogy earlier. It's like I'm popping up my own little storefront inside the mall. I think really each LP acts as its own independent AMM, if you think about it. Like the liquidity inside of the assets inside of my position, instead of being available for purchase from infinitely cheap to infinitely expensive, which is how the V2 AMM works. I'm saying, hey, from 3.2 to 5.4, act like an automated market maker until you sell me completely out of one asset or the other, depending on which way the price is going. But other than that, when the price is in my range, any movement is only dollar cost average buying or dollar cost average selling.
Well, I do like being able to examine those liquidity pops on the side, because I like when they're described as buy walls and sell walls, like actual levels in the price range that you have to plow through because there's an extra chunk of liquidity slowing it down, making it hard and sticky there. And I do like the in and out. I guess I've just been having so much fun with my liquidity calculating in PulseX that I'm like, hey, I'll do it with both sides of the pair, and this is how with my liquidity providing calculator. So I mean, it does make it a little easier for somebody who doesn't want to dive into that kind of math to just post a certain amount and go, you know what, at this price I'd be happy to be all sold out. It does make some sense. So I get where the appeal is. Like, I will not say that Uniswap v3 is bad code. And what I'd really like to see is them extend their copyright to be dicks, and then realize that there's a lot of money to be had on PulseChain. So then they have to come into the system and buy back into their positions off of PulseX to reopen Uniswap v3. That would be beautiful. That's my Valhalla scenario.
The only downside is that all the LPs are going to be incentivized to abandon the PulseX and go over to the Uni if Uni opens shop on PulseChain.
I don't think so. I think the cheaper swap rates, I think the highest liquidity values there, I don't know, maybe they will want to hop, but I'm okay with that. I am okay with a smaller piece of a bigger pie. If Uniswap's here and PulseX is here, the validity to the network, the amount of users coming and giving attention means more people means more volume. Network effect.
Yeah.
Metcalfe's law.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked at my model.
And V2 still exists, so like people are still using V2. You know, we even for Hex, there's people that have. It's not a huge amount of liquidity, but it's out there. XUSDC.
It's big enough. Like, it's got about 30% of the liquidity, and V3 has about 70. Like, it's like or a quarter, like 25 to 75, somewhere in there. So, like, it's still holding a sizable chunk. It's not like it went down to 1% and nobody's using it. It's just, more people are using V3, but there's still a good sizable in V2. And I like the arbitrage opportunities between the two. So, I mean, the arbitrage between PulseX and Pulse is epic too. There's a lot of possibilities for PulseChain. I've been at this for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, you're gonna go full 8 hours, no piss break like
No, I've been hammering these energy drinks. I'm gonna have to like end the stream soon. We'll give it a 8-minute countdown for people here or something. I think I'm gonna hop off at one.
Big. Yeah, I don't know what I think. So like the general comment on the whole like Shemitah and all that, like literally never heard of Shemitah before. I think it was in your chat. It was what's his name? What the heck's his name? Infra 9. I think.
Oh yes. Yeah, no, they bring up the talk because I mean, there are certain groups that have money that believe in certain holidays or astrologic things that may even trade according to these, so they'll move the market and they have some impact, or the actual astrology has some impact on the market is some of the theory. I buy more into the psychology enters into the market than the actual like astrology itself. But I mean, moon forces affect people's mood. That's actually documented. So I mean, I don't think that those subtle gravitational forces will really affect markets. But I mean, the psychology of the planet, like that's stuff that I can't really quantify. So it's hard for me to dive into. I can't completely rule it out because I can't disprove it. I accept that there's some element to it, so I let them talk about it because it's a little interesting. And I'm like, all right, as long I'm not trying to trade on this information, but if it like lining up with what I'm thinking the market's going to do, I find that a little interesting. So I let it. I kind of keep my ear to the ground. Like I don't like to just be closed-minded to anything. Like right off the bat, when Dodeca came out. I watched that like a hawk, and I was like, wait, no, the warning flag. But I mean, I didn't make up my mind right away.
His interview with Jim Rat, like, personal opinion, he seemed like the tweaker that came off the street and cleaned up himself enough to make it through the job interviews so that he could rob the cash register. Like, that was the vibe I was getting from that dude. Like, no, like, just my opinion, seemed like somebody that was itching for a fix and was willing to hold it together long enough to get through the interview so he could hammer the register.
Oh crap.
And just on that, I was like, no. And also based on the fact that like, oh yeah, it's going to pump Hex. You know what else pumps Hex? Buying Hex, like 97% better because all this stupid Rube Goldberg shit does is like diverts 3% of its tax to buying hex. Fuck off.
Yeah. And the fact that it had a tax, that's so horrible. And hey, Bubble Man.
Yeah, that's Thoughtschild. He calls me so my screen name Bobla Guy kind of looks like Bubble Guy if you read it really fast.
I see it now.
So usually if I go on screen with Thoughtschild, I change my name real quick to Bubble Guy. But as far as like, you know, reworking the consensus, you know, so pulling it before what they were doing, you know, so the smart contract that was basically rotating between all the servers that were producing blocks, they took that, they had a smart contract running inside of the Pulse virtual machine, and they're extracting it out a layer so that it's like it's running, it's like it would be more like coding it into the BIOS. So it'd be like it's like before the software that was deciding which server was producing blocks at the time in the big circle of 33 servers. That was a piece of software running on Windows, but now they're taking that out of Windows and putting it into the BIOS. So it's like almost like that part of the process boots up before the operating system itself. How long does that take?
I feel like that needs a breakdown. So, I mean, a lot of people don't realize, like if you did Cisco certification, you realize that there are 7 layers to the network. Layer 1 being the physical layer. Layer 7 being the front-end application layer. There are 7 layers, 5 layers in between those. They all communicate and translate information, which takes time. So this is where you talk about layer 1 and layer 2. And the way the code works is you have to boot into one program that accesses another program that then talks to another. This slows things down. By switching the language to Golang, they are able to cut down the number of languages that needed to talk to each other. This reduces the hops in communication in network terms. So in the efficiency of one program talking to another, less code, less room for bugs, more efficiency. So rewriting code into Golang takes a bit of time.
Yeah, and getting it right too, because you know that's basically, you know, Binance was willing to just leave it inside the operating system, which puts, you know, it takes up some of the capacity for users to send transactions. Now, how much capacity? Maybe not a lot. I think it was Orca again. Orca was saying that this was way back when they were first talking about reworking the consensus piece. They said that it was written in Solidity. So the original validator rotation contract was a Solidity contract inside of Pulse. And that was optimized for, it's like one of them was optimized for dang it, I just had it. I think that Go was a language that's more optimized for sending messages across the network, which makes more sense if you're talking about servers, you know, splattered all across the globe that need to, you know, stay in consensus with each other. It'd make more sense to have your rotation code written in a language that's more efficient operating, you know, more efficient at network communication.
Exactly.
Because all of those servers are, you know, that's the one thing that they need to do. Their networks need to stay up and they need to stay in constant network. You know, the network connectivity needs to be up the entire time. You know, so they don't get slashed, so they don't take penalties. I think that's the one. I don't remember what the Solidity was more efficient at, but I do remember that Go was more efficient at basically the network controlling portion.
Solidity as a contract language is what's so efficient. I mean, when I look at it and I was able to see how few lines, and I'm actually able to, like, less than 1,000 lines of code. Okay, let me read your contract. This includes free claim, a whole bunch of other activities. And I was actually able to track it in and out. I'm like, this is pretty efficient. This is a minimal amount of coding to allow the function of these between computers. But then the smart contract has to communicate still with the same language to operate between the machines. That's nasty. JavaScript or basically Solidity, which is based out of JavaScript, is not meant for that kind of maintenance. It's meant for like call functions, kind of within. I'm not going to bore everyone, but Golang is a lot more efficient because it's like having Windows Server run it instead of having it have to talk to a web page, get the JavaScript, and then go back to the computer, reconfirm it, and go back to the JavaScript. Like, you cut all that middle work out.
It's like actually spinning up a Windows server instead of like trying to take a laptop and cram extra RAM into it and like stand up a little MySQL database inside of the Windows laptop and then like, yeah, it's fine, guys. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
Efficiency matters. So, I mean, the fact that Ethereum was all in one language made sense for the coders at the time. But now that you've got an advance of it in Golang available, I think it makes a lot of sense to switch over. We finally got Beast Mode 82 back with another one. Appreciate you. No problem. You're an OG. Yes, I do remember you from some of the earlier live streams when I take these. The camaraderie of Hexagons, pulse chains, plus investment protection will trump any nominal percentage difference in swapping on Uni versus PulseX. So, can the mania and cultism of Hex defeat the possible user wants for Uniswap? Do we have enough of a... It's funny when I watch Whale Chart constantly, sometimes he trolls a little, but when he goes off and he does his votes and actually includes Pulse Chain, it's like, hey, which one of these chains have, like, Cardano, Luna, Pulse Chain, or Hex, like, who has the most maniac? And you watch the votes and it's like, ooh, wow. You know, we don't always win, but if we don't, we're second. Like, we either win or come second. It's like, that's a lot of mania. I mean, Luna C's get tattooed, like one tattoo. There's a tweet about that. Hexagons, my God. I mean, forbid it will ever happen. Richard Hart wouldn't let it happen. But if it ever somehow Luna crashed, I mean, the tattoos across the world of Pulse Chain and Hex ending up in tweets. It wouldn't be just one guy with a howling moon. It would be a friggin' mirage. And people would use the pictures to form a giant Richard Hart laughing. Like, it would be insane. There is a lot of cult power behind this. And I love the community. I love the camaraderie. I love the amount that we share. Like, that's why I don't get paid to do anything, but I do all this for free. So, hey, I have a How to Pulse link. They like me. I like them. Hey, I like KG and Don. Like, I've made some friends in this community. It's awesome. This community has made me so excited about investing. That's why I'm able to go, you know what? I could be out there trying to, like, go score, go find a date, you know, live a real life. But instead, I'm nerding out and crushing numbers on Excel with a bunch of people I've never met because I love this community. So, yeah, I'm a big supporter of the camaraderie. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, that is a good thing to remember. So, like, I guess efficiency, like brand loyalty, is a driver. So, like, for if like what you were saying, where Uniswap decides to extend their copyright, and then they decide to set up shop themselves as a competitor to PulseX, then yeah, you know, some people will. I think some people will stay. I hadn't factored that in. Some people will stay. You know, they'll stay and they'll and you know, you have to keep in mind, like, the V2 AMM is better for some things. Like, there's honestly, so it's like when that price range that I put in from 3 cents to 5 cents, so it allows my capital, it allows my liquidity to be far more efficient, because, you know, for right now, the price is in my range. You know, it's getting pretty close to the bottom side of the range, that 3.2 cents bottom side of the range. But for right now, the price is ranging within my low and high price. So I'm not wasting liquidity waiting for buyers, you know, down to infinitely cheap, or waiting for buyers to infinitely expensive. Again, I got my hand backwards, I know.
I do that all the time. Dyslexia, not with numbers.
So it's increased capital efficiency, because you have the ability to earn far more fees with less while putting up less liquidity. But if the price pops to 10 cents tomorrow and doesn't come back, then I have suffered more impermanent loss, because impermanent loss is just the difference between my average sell price inside the position and the optimal price if I'd held everything and sold it all at the top. So if you take, the average price between 3.2 cents and 5.4 cents, that's going to be my average sell price across that entire position, which is going to be significantly less than, in that scenario, if it goes to 10 cents and doesn't come back down, I'm losing. I could have made twice as much just holding it and then selling it all at the top.
Yeah, no, I spent 3 hours here. My throat is a little dry, and I'm a smoker, so it doesn't help. Yeah. I just got a little bit of a cough I need to pass. So this has been a good night, though. We are still on here having a wonderful, wonderful debate. Sorry to cut you off there. Just wanted to say no problem for engaging, Wendy. It's been a wonderful night. We're still at 26. Like, people keep saying good night and tuning out, and our audience is not losing numbers. So
they're just setting their phone down on the nightstand and turning the volume down all the way.
Yeah,
because they're team players.
Maybe
pumping the algos.
Maybe that's what it is. Because part of me is like, I love you, Bob, but get the hell out. I gotta go to bed. And because I got up at 8 a.m. It's 1 a.m. now. I went and built a deck.
This is your show. You hit the button whenever you feel like it.
But now it's up to 27. See, the more engagement I get, apparently I guess I'm an engagement whore. The more I get, the more I'm like, oh, they love me. All right, let me give a little more of myself.
I have an answer for you. You were asking about the V2, how it handles the liquidity inside of V2. It doesn't have to do an NFT if you think about it, because it's not a unique position. Everybody is what it's doing is using.
Okay.
If you share my screen again, I actually pulled it up. Like I can walk us through here.
I love the deep dive technicals. If I can learn something more, I don't necessarily beat everyone with it, because I understand. I did tech support on the phone for internet for 3 years to Americans. This is why I use such horrible analogies that are not accurate, but they're easy to picture, because I had to get through hours of tech support with these people. So I generally treat everyone like they're my customer from Verizon. Hello, thank you for calling Verizon Technical Care. I am so-and-so. May I please start by taking your telephone number? I see you have our DSL 3.5 megabyte service. Can I start by finding out what your issue is?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So yeah, that's why I also do so many American accents with a little bit of efficiency. That was a low point. That was a .com boom when I couldn't find a job anywhere. I had to get a call center job doing tech support. So
yeah, your instinct was correct. It looks like we hooked Wendy Shift again. A couple comments down, they're saying they can't shut the screen.
They can't leave. Nice. I'm glad we're providing some entertainment.
So if you accept the screen share, I'll walk everybody through what we're
beautiful. Let's learn.
At least how I understand how it works. So you can see here we're on the Hex USDC V2 pair right here. That's how you can tell which AMM you're looking at.
Oh, Deck Screener. I love Deck Screener.
Yeah, I've been using it quite a bit lately.
Yeah, it gives a really good breakdown, and plus, I stock IM with it, so I can see when people buy in and out. There's not a lot of volume, so I really love its analytics.
The handy thing about Deck Screener, they have the contract address for they always have the contract address for half of the pair. That's one gripe. It's a handy thing, but it's also a gripe. It's like, well, this pair is Hex and USDC. So tell me, guys, why don't you have the contract address for Hex?
Because you can go look up USDC as the primary in a pair and then grab it as the contract. It's just grabbing the contract from the primary. And besides,
it's just a really minor thing. It's just, I consider it like another legitimate touch point. Those things where you're validating the contract address. Because if you go to Etherscan and just type in CryptoKitties, you might get CryptoKitties, or you might get CryptoKitties Copycat 1, Copycat 2, Copycat 3. So it's just another touch point. Anyways, the other thing
can you click on before you go any further?
Sure.
before the pair address, the square with the arrow out, that's the one that shows the contract specifics. You had below for the hex pair. I just want to see how many wallet addresses own hex.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. If you click on that and it opens, what are we at now? Holders, 311,000. Yes. Sorry. Thank you. You can go back.
Yeah, I remember like 200,000 were airdropped when it was cheap, and the hexes never moved. So it's like 200 and some thousand, maybe a little less.
Cool.
Were airdropped like way back.
Sorry to sidetrack you. I'm just always obsessed with
that. That might have been on layer 2. Now that I think about it, that might have been on. Wait. I don't remember which chain that was on. Whether that was on the ETH main chain or somebody with a lot of hex way back when decided to airdrop a bunch of Ethereum addresses. I don't remember what the criteria was, but it did happen. I just don't remember if it happened on the main chain or if they did it on one of the layer 2s.
So it could have happened on Polygon or something?
Yeah, it might have been.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Interesting.
So anyways, back to Dex Screener. So the V2 pair, if I hit the contract address for this pair, that takes me out to the pair. So you can see we got, Foxtrot 6DC 5824.
Yeah, and really that's the contract address for the entire LP.
Correct. This is the entire pool, which is why you're seeing, so you should see the roughly, so we got 705,000 in liquidity. So if we go to the pool contract, we should see, so it looks like Dex Screener's lagging behind a little bit because this is showing 708,000. So between the Hex and the USDC assets in the pair.
Cool.
Oh, and some of that could be.
They use different API feeds, so the Oracle disruption, depending on what pair they're like actually looking at, that's just a mess. So there's always a little discrepancy.
There's your difference. Somebody sent this whatever this crap is.
Oh,
they deposited that into the contract address.
They're using the same feed.
I mean, it's probably bait. It's probably a scam. It's probably bait.
Okay.
So looking at the contract pair, it has a token tracker here on the right. So I opened that in a new tab. That gets me here, and I saw that one of the most recent actions was someone removing liquidity. Opened up this transaction, gets me the transaction details, and I see the transaction details are this address moving this. So they're transferring out a portion of a Uniswap V2 token back to the contract, and then the contract is forwarding that onto the burn address. And then the contract spits out, some or all of their Hex liquidity and their USDC liquidity.
Again, shout out to Orca, or either that or it was Master Chef. I forget which one I was hanging out with, but they were commenting on some. I was Master Chef. He was commenting on something and wanted to know some information, and because of him, I learned how to do all this. Like, this is wallet chain analysis. A lot of people think this is an alien language. You just click and start clicking on the links, like one contract address to another, and replace the contract address funky numbers with, wallet 1, 2, this destination, wallet 2, give them some other names to play with, maybe give them funny characters, like this is the Cookie Monster and he's giving it to Gonzo, and whatever. It's a lot easier than wallet addresses, and you click your way through and can see the flow of everything on here. This is why I do say pay your taxes or figure out how to use privacy without getting smacked like Tornado Cash did.
Just pay your taxes.
Just pay your taxes, because this
privacy,
is all visible.
Privacy and
not
breaking the
exist
law are two different use cases.
Yeah,
don't dilute the need. Don't dilute the right for privacy with your need to be greedy.
Yeah, you saw what happened to Tornado Cash. It's horrible, and I get that some people want the entitlement to privacy. That should be an ability, but even if you're having privacy, you should still be paying your taxes.
Oh, Windy Shift. Yeah, you're right. It was Monarch. Yeah. I still don't remember if it was on the main chain.
Oh,
I
Love
think it
Rich
might have
wants to
been.
hear about the stables. That would be fun.
Real quick to wrap this up. So this was
Okay.
I wasn't sure. So this is the LP token. Just because it's so small, this token was representing their position that they. And I see that I'm behind the comment just a little bit.
Well, I'm flicking back and forth like in them. Like we haven't like commented since this one. Like you started reading through them, but I haven't put them on the screen. This is the last one I've
See,
been
I'm
leaving
the
on.
worst. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like the worst at looking
Yeah,
at the
let's
comments.
well, you finish up your point, and then we'll start hitting them again.
So even looking at this, I wasn't 100% certain this was an ERC20 token until I actually opened up this person's address and then went and found the actual transactions. So if you go to yeah, we got 1869 C2BF, which matches 1869 C2BF. So we're in the right address, and I just found it manually. I just matched up the timestamps. 4 days, 6 hours ago, I see 3. So here's your clue. You see 3 ERC20 transfers that all have the same transaction ID here on the left. So these all happened in the same transaction. And it was, I don't understand why this is, but these swaps, 99% of the time, it indexes the inbound transactions before it does the outbound. It probably has to do, it's probably transaction and ordering so that nobody, basically your counterparty can't have a contract set up to accept your tokens and then basically renege on their half of the swap. But you can see where the contract, the ETH2, the V2 pair, Hex USDC pair spit out some USDC and some Hex, and then it accepted in this, 0.7 of this ERC20 token, which was their LP token. So that kind of settles it. V2 AMMs, which is what PulseX is going to be. It uses the ERC20s to track ownership of the liquidity inside the pool. So I don't know what the supply of this token is. You probably have to go back to here. This is the token. Yeah, token, Uniswap, Hex USDC, liquidity provider. There's 33 holders. I don't see the supply. Anyway, it's not important. It's an ERC20.
Okay, cool. Fun facts with wallet scans. You can do a lot with wallet chain analysis, especially if you use Google to look up terms and names.
Yeah, and I didn't learn all this. Like it was just I just got nosy. I'm a curious person, so I poke around and I poke around. I basically I'll do a transaction out of my own address, and then I'll go and look and see what actually happened under the hood. I mean, anybody can take the time to just kind of click through and it starts to soak in eventually. Like, oh, okay, I see. This is what happens.
I don't even see the code anymore. I just see blonde chick and car. And
red
yeah. It's like reading the Matrix, man. It's like Matrix code. Oh, the dream of every nerd to finally grow up and have a light up keyboard. Can you see that on the screen?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the comment.
Oh,
I was just trying to get copies on the ETH new fork. Yeah, for now they're live.
So yeah, what I've talked about this. Yeah, so USDC, they will disable their coins. I'm amazed they haven't yet. They have proven this on other chains. Something else did a fork or something of the USDC and they shut it right down. I was pretty sure, or they announced they were going to do it on proof of work. I forget. You know what I'm talking about, Bob?
USDC said before the fork. So I'm trying to remember when people first started talking about the fork, because there was the merge, that had been planned for. That had been. So it's like a fork happened, but the merge didn't do it. And the reason the miners had to wait until the merge was complete to fork off the proof of work change, I think, is because they had to take that updated client, roll it and basically roll back out the changes that switched the network from proof of work to proof of stake. They also, I know they waited to make it safer for people to use the proof of work change and not have to worry so much about their transactions getting retransmitted on the proof of stake change or the proof of stake chain. So that a replay attack is what that's called. So basically, since just like now, how I can use the same set of private and public and private keys to surf on the Ethereum chain versus PulseX. It is possible, if your transaction formatting is exactly the same and your private keys exactly, your signature format's exactly the same between two chains. It would be possible, say, for me to do a swap with you on one chain, and then you say, oh, I like these tokens I got from Bob on this chain, and then you just copy my transaction data, you go over to the other chain and you retransmit my transaction on the other chain, and oh look, now you have my stuff on that chain too.
Wow. That would be nasty.
Yeah.
So but with DAI, now DAI's backing, they realized some of the issues with Bitcoin, and they were starting to buy ETH, right, to stabilize their stable coins. So like on the fork, it's still backed by a good portion of its backing.
Well, I think they were trying to buy down their risk. They saw what USDC did with Tornado Cash, and they said, "Oh crap! A third, 30% of our reserve is in USDC. So what if our customers start, doing things that USDC doesn't like, and USDC decides to just neg out, basically invalidate 30% of our backing." So that was the rock and hard place that they were in. Do they just let that 30% sit there like a sword of Damocles, like just waiting for it to drop and gank 30% of their reserve? Or do they, which is more risky, the risk that the USDC will say, yes, daddy government, we'll invalidate all these coins for you, and they just poof, they're gone, and now DAI is scrambling trying to figure out after the fact, or to take that USDC and purchase, instead of a stable asset, a volatile asset.
So now the ETH has lost it's like the ratio is 133 or was. It's gross 140. Like it's lost 99 point whatever percent of its value. So I mean, DAI is still backed by the same number of ETH tokens, but ETH is currently worth less. So, I mean, its backing is interesting. And I'd be curious to actually look into what's happened to LUSD, the liquidity token that Liquid Loans is forking, because it also gets its backing from Ethereum. And with Ethereum taking such a price dip, I'm wondering what is happening in those stability pools on liquidity.
On Liquidity?
Yeah, Liquidity.
That's what LL is getting forked from.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I got to do some investigation. What happened on the POW with that? Yes,
KG that posted the details to connect to PO proof of work chain.
He had grabbed them from a Twitter post from Ethereum. So they're on his video. He had given the inputs. I haven't connected my wallet or a burner wallet to that chain yet to try anything, but I'm planning to do some investigation because I shouldn't have to connect to it to find out what happened to liquidity. But that should give us an idea about the stable coins. Now, Monarch Wallet did the drop right. Monarch Wallet, I'm not sure I've heard of Monarch.
It comes from a guy named Robert Beatles.
Okay.
Richard hasn't streamed with him for a long time, but he did stream with him a couple times during the development of Hex. Good guy, real level-headed guy, real quiet, calm, kind of talker. Yeah, Beetle, DLES, I think. But yeah, to answer that question, like, yeah, the stables are going to get copied, just like the same thing with PulseChain. The stables are going to, when you fork, it's a straight copy of the database. Like all of the token balances on Ethereum now we've got 2 of them. So it's just waiting for for things like USDC, waiting for USDC to connect to the proof of work chain and invalidate the entire supply of USDC. So everybody that's swapping for USDC right now is playing chicken with USDC, with Circle, the company. They are willing to take, so I'm assuming that USDC value is like plummeting on the proof of work chain. If it's not, then I don't know why. But it should be dropping like a rock. It should be like pennies on the dollar at this point, or less.
Oh, it is. It's gross what the USDC is for. Like, it's 27,000 in USDC for a $10 Ethereum coin right now.
Right, and so and then the actual, what is it? Is there any bridge live yet?
Well, I mean, there's FTX put the Ethereum token on a central exchange, so you can buy it there. Right. Then you can go to Kyber or
okay, so the real dollar value on FTX.
You can use KyberSwap to access a DEX and do LP trading there.
Okay, what's FTX printing for the actual dollar price for Ethereum on?
Yeah, so FTX is tracking. It's gone back up. It was at 967. It is at 1029 during this stream. So $10.32 for Ethereum.
So $10 of real world value is getting you $27,000 of
let me check right now.
Validated USDC.
USDC currently. Let me see USDC. There we go.
Basically, Ethereum is becoming the flight of safety.
26,000. 26,000 USDC for $10 if you swap through Ethereum.
Yeah, so I mean, think about it from Circle's perspective. Circle, the company that runs USDC, somebody just counterfeited the entire supply of USDC. That's the way they see it. Somebody just doubled their supply without doubling their backing, without doubling their cash reserve in the bank. So they consider every single USDC on the new chain, they consider that a counterfeit.
Yeah, they deactivated Tornado Cash. I'm surprised they haven't killed it on Ethereum yet.
So I mean, so it's like, they can't until they come in and invalidate those. They're still going to trade though. So that's what people are doing right now. They are Ethereum, the volatile asset. Normally, people think of the stablecoin as the flight to safety. Like when things get shaky and they want to go to safe ground, they go to stable. They sell for a stablecoin. But now it's upside down world where everybody that has USDC is leaving it for all the other tokens.
So as people might be getting some FOMO right now hearing us talk, here's a good protocol that KG brought up in his stream. If you're going to transact with the new Ethereum proof of work chain and you're going to put in those RPCs and you're not sure what's going on, open a brand new MetaMask account. Okay? Have a brand new dummy wallet. Then you can configure the RPC setting on your wallet and move all your tokens to the new dummy wallet where it's insulated. Right. Then you can go interact. And with that, I myself, if I were holding any USDC, would get rid of it as soon as possible. Hex has gone amazing amount of activity. So the rate of change for Hex, it was at 400,000 tokens for one Ethereum that cost $14 yesterday. Currently, Hex has shifted since then. Hex has shifted so that you can only get 6,900 tokens. So you can get
all that on about 10 grand worth of liquidity.
Yeah, like 16 grand. Yeah, that Jenga thing. I almost thought of Alex like doing his Hedron building, playing that Jenga game. Did you see that tweet?
Yeah, we're
Jenga blocks, 16K.
Orca/cash/cookie monster. Yeah, it's like there's one block in the Jenga stack, and he yanked it out, and the whole top of the Jenga stack fell down. Nobody breathe. There's only think of your liquidity as like you got to drain a pond. You have to drain a whole pond, and you can have a 6-inch pipe with an industrial bilge pump, or you can have a drinking straw and a cup of water. And that's what we have right now on the proof of work chain, is like the drinking straw and the cup of water, or maybe like a kiddie cup, like the little paper Dixie cups. 12, you're talking, when I looked at it earlier, there was 79 grand in sale volume, moving through $12,000 of liquidity. And so that's upside down world. Like normally you want your volume to be equal to or less than your liquidity. If your volume is multiple, is exponentially higher than your liquidity, every buy you do, you're buying. So it's gonna make that nice green hockey stick chart. But the moment somebody comes along with 100,000 hex, 500,000 hex, that price is getting hammered straight back down to the floor.
So now with the DAI, DAP FOMO wants to ask, so this is the curious thing where DAI has made no public declaration. We don't know if they'll deactivate or not, like USDC.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be some chance holding, but its value has been all thrown off in the ratio trading as well. So I don't know if you want to hold DAI. It's backed by more Ethereum than USDC, but even Ethereum's price has crashed on this chain. So like, it is a weird chaos world. I don't know about wrap Bitcoin on this though, but I heard earlier in the chat someone mentioned here that Grayscale had made a claim that they are going to start buying up all the wrap Bitcoin on proof of work because they want ownership rights in case it's recognized. Like really, Grayscale is going to make a DGEM play for that, somebody was saying. So I found that really interesting. And it is a bit like DJing playing. Like, I myself am mad my boss didn't pay me today because I just wanted $50. That's it. DGen $50. I don't go see any movies. This whole year since I've been in crypto, I only saw Top Gun in theaters because instead, when I got $50, I tried. Yeah, so I put it in and I'm like, all right. So I was hoping for some tonight. I'm still hoping that Ethereum stays at $10 on FTX. Then I'm going to find someone to get me 5 Ethereum coins for $50, and I'm going to degen in and do a little fun for $50. That's it. I'm going to do that because that's my risk tolerance. Now, as anything else, this chain might last for a while. So if you are holding stable coins that are worth nothing and may not resolve to live for very long, and you think the chain might last for a little bit and your assets might be good, don't go trying to ratio trade, but get rid of your stables. They are pretty much junk. So,
so
they'll need to be
Love Rich saying, is your USDC good dollar for dollar? I mean, it is a token. Yeah, like we were just talking about, Ethereum on the main chain, like what, $1,500 right now? Ethereum on the proof of work chain, $10. The proof of work chain, Ethereum, the same token is going for $10. So that already is a big difference. And then that $10 proof of work Ethereum token is buying you $27,000 USDC token. And that USDC token is backed by nothing. It's just people trying to get out of it, trying to do exactly what you're talking about. Log in, find their USDC copy, dump it for anything that is paired with that people are still selling. Basically what you're getting is liquidity providers that that doesn't make sense because Uniswap's not connected. Well,
that's where Kyber Swap is somehow. I think it's front ended into the Uniswap dexes, and that, or it's built its own dex.
Okay.
Either way,
okay.
That's why you have You have the decentralized exchange on Kyber Swap and a centralized route in on FTX. So you can buy an Ethereum, then go to your dex, and then you can do your trading.
My instinct was correct then. What's happening is
like
I'm not going to make a moral judgment on this. You do what you want, because what's happening is that you have liquidity providers that are asleep at the wheel. They're not taking the time to go in on the proof of work chain and pull their liquidity. So you are able to take advantage of that.
And there's no AMM.
Your worthless USDC.
Yeah, no AMM fixer bot running behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Also, big difference here. So Uniswap, the arbitrage going on, like, oh my God, it is dangerous in there. So my only play was I was going to take $50 and buy Hex at 3 cents. And instead, I'm going to take $50 and get 5 ETH tokens and buy Hex at 6,000 Hex a token. So I am, just in case,
Yeah,
going to scoop up 30,000 Hex tokens instead of 100.
Great. You know, maybe,
and we'll see. It might be a waste, but I'm supporting Hex somewhere. And Richard did say he doesn't want to see cheap Hex on any chain. So, I mean, hey, I'm just helping the cause, right? It's only $50.
Hex.com is not supporting the proof of work chain yet, but Alex and his Icosa app are. And
yes.
Icosa has a Hex front end integrated into it for anyone that didn't know that already.
Yes.
But yeah, like people were saying, like, God forbid, there's people that still, you know, want to risk it with Dodeca and whatever, you know, peas in whatever. Yeah, sorry, I should have.
It's all good. I'm in the driver wheel asleep too, just like the liquidity providers.
If you're gonna play,
it's 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, you must be on the East Coast time.
Yes, you're a West Coaster. I figured that out a while ago.
No, I'm Central. I'm just an hour behind you. It's 12:30 here.
Oh, okay.
In the Chicago area.
Oh, you poor man.
Yeah, I'm far enough away that I like it, but you know, it's like beer. This is like you're talking like beer money here. Like it's like, you know, be disciplined and like, you know, it's your money, but you know, if you want to go play on the proof of work chain, you know, somebody's going to risk it. You know, sometimes it pays off. I mean, you know, sometimes it pays off great.
But it's not worth the degen play of like cashing out your bags somewhere else where you DCA'd in. Like I swear, Swearworks, thank you for reinforcing good behavior. We're not financial advisors at all. This is entertainment. But yeah, I really don't like when people go waste like good liquidity on bad games. So yeah, I'll take $50 of dry powder. You are welcome, Max Payne. Oh man, see, you got to go say that. I'm like, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. I love you, buddy. I'll buy that for $1. Good night, Wendy.
A crisp Marine salute to you.
Yeah.
Protect your stack. Don't go emergency end staking to go out to cash to bridge over to the proof of work chain.
God, no. Yeah, that's the degen play of fear. Do not end stake your emergency end stake to go buy some proof of work Hex. That chain might still die out very soon.
By the way, what KG was talking about, taking all your liquid stuff and moving it to a new address, that's how you defeat replay attacks. Because then you're taking all your assets and you're protecting it with a new set of keys. So that way, you know, at the time of the fork, hey, my one private key turned into now there's a copy on the other chain. So if I take all my liquid assets and move it out to a third set of private keys that doesn't match between the two, now you can't get replay attacked.
Beautiful. I'm gonna have to rename this stream Everything Pulse. Like, my God, I think we've hit like before you hopped on and since we have really hammered down a lot of Pulse stuff without like going into tokenomics and stuff. But wow, this has been 3 hours and 37 minutes. After this cigarette, I'm going.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like I'm not a TA dude. Like I'm not too much into the lines and the stars and the fibs and the whatever. Like I know that all that stuff has, you know, some merit, just like the whole like cycles of the moon and Shemitahs and all that stuff. It's like it's all people that have noticed patterns over time. But for me personally, it's like, I don't know, I'm learning some of that stuff. That's kind of been my journey lately, is looking into liquidity providing. Like, is impermanent loss so scary? You know, depends on what you want, you know.
Yeah, and impermanent loss to me is very scary. So when I provide liquidity, it's going to be for particular things. Like when I provide Hex and PulseX liquidity, it's going to be a statement because my PulseX is going to go so yeah, I'm going to provide liquidity because I want Hex to get the price reinforcement from PulseX. And I might provide some eHex, pHex liquidity because I want to see that price stability. Those are statements where I'm willing to sacrifice my coins and my dollars to the betterment of the network, and I might get some fees out of it. That'll be awesome, but I'm considering that like a sacrifice. Like that.
Think about this: when it comes to impermanent loss, a big thing is like, don't panic and pull your position, because then you're making the impermanent loss. That's how the impermanent loss becomes permanent. Like, imagine somebody who popped in, like some of these people, like you notice, I don't know if you remember, like that Uniswap, we were looking at that ERC20 token for the Uniswap V2 pair. There's only 33 holders. So there's only 33 people out there, or there are only 33 addresses, even not even people, because some of those addresses might have the same owner. But there's only 33 addresses holding the LP token for this pair right now. So some of those tokens might be held by somebody that, for instance, put in 500,000 hex when hex was half a penny, or maybe even a whole penny. So imagine the fees. Like, yeah, they took a shit ton of impermanent loss when like they had, like, anybody that was willing to diamond hand through that run all the way up to 55 cents and then back down. Like, oh my God, the fees that they would have netted through all of that, millions and millions of dollars of volume. Because Hex has been doing 1 million plus in volume every day for a long time. So, what's 1/3% of $1 million per day times like a year and a half? If you're willing to sit and just suck it and gut it out all the way up and all the way back down.
And the answer to that is 7,500. That is your 1/3% of 1 million. Hi, autism calculator over here.
And that would be,
or sorry, that's 3/4. What did you say? 2/3?
Well, we'd have to look at
how much of a percent.
Well, I think it's 1/3%.
Oh, then that would be 3,333.33333 for a million. Okay.
So if they were, well, depend on how much liquidity they were providing to you. We're probably getting too much in the weeds, but just like imagine, so like, you have your panicking, noob, doesn't understand impermanent loss, who put in their LP back when Hex was a penny, and then it went up and up and up, and they did the worst possible thing by panicking and unpairing at the all-time high. So they basically gave up half of their potential fees. You can't tell the future, because at 55 cents, we didn't have any way of knowing that a year later we'd be at 3 cents. So some people say, oh man, this pain is too much for me. The difference between my average sell and what I could have gotten by holding to the top is too much. I'm going to cut my losses and run. But for anybody who didn't and rode that wave all the way back down, oh man, you're talking a lot.
On that note, liquidity providing math again. howtopulse.com/top-gun-hexadian. There is a click here where look at this handy dandy calculator that actually calculates your impermanent loss as it's running before you pull. So don't get so scared, and you can track if it's going back the other way. And as I've talked before, you can use this to understand if you want to game the system. The best time to provide liquidity is when you think it's at a top that everyone's going to sell off. It's topped out. Provide liquidity, because your impermanent loss becomes impermanent gain, and you start scooping up the tokens and providing liquidity on the way down, dollar cost averaging in, basically. And this calculator will help you figure that out, and it's free. Enjoy that. I just had to show it off again since you were bringing that up.
Right. Mm-hmm. Top Gun's out of beer. Time to call it a night. All right, we're starting to get a curve. What is it? The MACD is curving down on the chat here. Oh, we got a pump. We got a pump on the bus driver here. Popping in more Rockstar.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I have any more in the fridge. Why don't you hold down some questions for a moment? Sure. And I'm going to pop off the screen and see if I can round another energy drink, because apparently KG finally hopped on. We should even have him on the stream. I can send him the link.
Sure, I'll send him the link. Well, I got the same link. I'll send him the link while you're getting the drink. I'll be your secretary.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank KG, you. Link is inbound to you if you want to hop on.
Oh, look, there was an open one right for me.
Copy link, Search KG.
But I am going to take advantage of a bathroom break.
Yeah, sure, I got you. And I also talk out loud so the people aren't too bored while I send links around. Sent on Twitter DM if you want to hop in. My USDC is in the same wallet as my SAX. So if I send the POW USDC out to another wallet, it won't leave a trail hack. So when you say trail hack, I'm assuming you're talking about the replay attack, like what I was talking about, where your transaction can get retransmitted on the other chain. One, I did hear a rumor that proof of stake and proof of work were both going to implement protection against replay attack. So basically, it'd be like a little check to see, hey, did this transaction already happen? Like the two chains they're separate, but they can monitor each other. So it is possible to take just the transaction hash and look on the other chain and see, hey, has this occurred already on the other chain? And if it has, then refuse that transaction. I did hear that was going to be enabled so that replay attacks couldn't happen. But there again, you're also trusting all the miners and node providers to actually implement the replay protection. So what you're talking about, send the proof of work USDC. Basically, what Top Gun said earlier is a good advice. Make a new address. Anything you want to get rid of on proof of work chain, first switch your MetaMask to the proof of work chain. Find your liquid assets and send them out to a new address. So make a new third address with different keys and send your assets to that new address and then trade from that new address, because then you will have you'll be injecting change. What you don't want to happen is leave everything exactly identical on both chains, because then there's a potential for a replay attack. Because then, like, if I have, here's my big full of whatever address, the fork happens and now I have a copy. If I spend out of my original address, someone on the new chain could take that transaction and replay the same transaction on the new chain, basically spending stuff that I didn't necessarily want to. But if you take on the new chain and move those assets to a new address, well, now it's not the same set of private keys between the two chains, and you can't get replayed. So then you don't have to trust the network not to let a replay transaction come through, because you've already broken the mirror between the two sets of address, or between where your assets are on one chain and where your assets are on the other chain. Hopefully that was not way too complicated to follow. Dumb it down, go to new chain, find stuff, make a new address, send it there, sell it from the new one.
There we go. We love English. And yes, swear works. That is why, again, for me, when I actually start providing liquidity, it's going to be in PulseX and Hex, because I care about both, and eHex and PX because I care about both. So no matter which way it goes, I get value.
That's all an LP is. LP is just DCA selling or buying. It's all that's happening. Somebody walks up to your pair and they say, I want this, you have that, and I want this. And then they leave one or the other. So if you're doing LP for something you really like both of, like Hex and Maxi, or Hex and PulseX in the future, PulseX, you may end up with more of one than the other, but that's why you don't put your entire bag into an LP. Like if you put 90% of your bag into an LP, then your potential for impermanent loss across your whole portfolio is way higher versus just 1% or less. Mm-hmm. Then yes, you can take huge impermanent loss on that position, but overall you're still getting more of a token that you also are willing to hold, that could overperform in the future, because say you pair Pulse and PulseX right at the beginning, and PulseX just takes off and smokes Pulse, and then 3 years later, slow and steady, your upside down bag of Pulse is now slow and steady overtaking PulseX, and then you end up winning in the long run.
Sounds good. And Beast Mode 82 is back again with another question. He didn't know anything about the USDC issue. Is USD still safe? It is on your ETH POS. Like, the USDC will be completely validated on the Ethereum 3.0, which basically, think about it this way. ETH started, and then they had a fork. So then ETH, which was 2.0 at that point, left ETH in the dust, which was Classic. So ETH and ETH Classic. Now that ETH wants to turn into 2.0, it's eating up ETH Classic, going, we're going to bring you back. We're going to become one chain. And at that point, it poops out the leftover Ethereum chain again as ETH Classic. So really, the new ETH Classic is the old ETH proof of work. And the current ETH is still, again, just current ETH that still continues to function as normal. So basically, yeah, we had a big shell game, and we still have an ETH Classic and an ETH. That's basically what happened in the merger fork. Ta-da! So, yes, some of it is just fine. And if you're going to play around on the fork, then, yeah, insulate, and you'll be okay getting rid of that stuff. Because on the fork, it's no good.
Connecting to the fork, to the new fork, is always optional. Mm-hmm. Like, we were talking about how it's like $1,500 for an Ethereum on the main chain and $10 on the other chain. If you have one Ethereum and you don't care about trying to take advantage of that $10 value, just walk away and leave it, or wait and see what happens. There's doing nothing is always an option and zero risk. Mm-hmm. Where if you do go to the new chain and play around, then you have some risk. But if you make a new address and send all your liquid tokens to the new address, and then make your trades from the new address, then you're going to be basically 100% safe there too.
And those are the thanks why we like to dumb it down around here. Exactly. No problem.
So the next comment down, same guy, Beast Mode. If I leave my USDC where it was and don't interact with the ETH proof of work, then you're good. Yeah.
And and that's where also, Bob, you've seen too the limit order function on PulseX. Oh, Uniswap doesn't have limit orders. Not that I saw.
No, they don't. Yep, they're letting Matcha and 1inch run away with that game. I don't know why Uniswap doesn't do their own limit orders.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. So I know that 1inch and Matcha use a side chain. They use the 0x network to store. That's how they can do the free limit orders.
Okay.
So what's happening when you make a limit order on 1inch or Matcha? I use 1inch. Like, I know that some people say like, oh, you're an American citizen, you shouldn't use 1inch. I don't care, guys. Like, 1inch decided to over comply with what they thought was going to happen in the future, and it never happened so far. As far as I know, they never got a cease and desist letter from any entity in the U.S. telling them to stop serving U.S. customers. They decided to preemptively exclude us. So I don't really care to comply with that behavior. So I just lie to 1inch. Like, I go to 1inch, and when their little pop-up comes up saying, oh, we noticed that you're connecting with a US IP, I take a VPN and connect to France and sign their little BS, I super duper promise I'm not American statement. And from that point on, they don't care at all what IP I connect from. As long as they have their rear end covered with my signed statement from my address saying, I promise I'm not American, then I can connect at will from a US IP, and they don't care at all. They're just trying to cover themselves. My camera crapped again. And when it comes down to it, technically, what are they going to do? Like, if they really, the worst thing that they're going to do is go into their front end and ban my public address. Yeah. There we go. We're back. But
All
what 1inch does is when you place your limit order, you're just instead of putting your transaction out on the Ethereum main chain, you're like pre-signing a transaction and putting it over on the 0x side chain. And then the what 1inch does is it holds onto your pre-signed transaction over there on the 0x network. And if they see the price come into your range that you want on the Ethereum main chain, then they just transact on your behalf so that you don't have to be awake to do it. They go ahead and execute your sale into the Ethereum main chain. Basically they just move that pre-signed transaction over into the main chain, and then whoever the buyer is in that case pays the transaction fee on the Ethereum main chain.
Okay, Swearworks got another one here. Providing LP does also take some time and focus, no matter how simple you keep it. It's worth learning and trying out, but many people should build or do stuff they are good at and forget about LPs, in my opinion. Yeah. I agree, Swearworks. I do agree.
And realize that the smaller you are, the longer you should expect to wait to turn a profit on LP. Like,
I covered that earlier.
I don't completely agree that it's only a whale game. Like, it's a team sport.
The more of the LP you can control percentage-wise, the more of the fees in that LP you get.
Right. Yeah.
And so the larger whales providing the majority of the liquidity will take the majority of the fees. But there are fees galore to be had. So it's a game for some. I find it interesting. I love the liquidity math, so I'm going to do it. And anyone that thinks, oh, he can do it because he sounds like he's been shot in the head. Well, all right, I am going to provide all of my information and let you try to follow me through. But I'm still saying it's probably not a good idea because I might even still get wrecked because I'm a noob.
Yep. Yep. Just, the biggest thing with LP is being aware that every time activity happens on that pair, you are either especially on the USDC pairs, you are either DCA selling or DCA buying. When people want hex from you and they bring you their dollars in exchange, you are DCA selling hex. Your dollar cost averaging selling all of your hex. Like I said, it's a little less of an impact on V2 because your liquidity, your sells are spread out across potentially, from $0 all the way up to, infinitely expensive. So your average, by effect, your average price will be higher. So where I was talking earlier about how you can bind your liquidity with V3, where you're only willing to sell within range, well, that's all fine and good, as long as the price is staying inside of your low price, inside of your minimum and maximum price. Then you make more fees off a smaller amount. But with V2, it's less efficient. You make less fees per dollar of liquidity that you're providing, but your impermanent loss in theory should be less because your average, the higher the price goes, the higher your average sell price goes. Versus, V3, if you pick a really narrow range like I had in that example position from 3.2 to 5.4, that means that my average sell price, if the price shoots up to 10 cents tomorrow, my average sell price is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.5 cents. So I'm already going to be like basically losing out on 50% of the value I could have had if I had just held and sold it all at 10 cents. Because my average sell at that point would be 4.5-ish, close.
Swearworks, thanks for the Twitter follow. People are actually hitting like and subscribe still. I can't believe we still got 22 people in the audience.
Yeah, I've never simped for a follow. My whole goal on Twitter was just to follow 5,555 people who are obviously displaying either Hex or Pulse or PulseX branding, and retweeting prominent tweets from basically any of those three products is what I've been shooting for. People are just constantly following back when I follow them.
Oh, I think we are dwindling in audience numbers, and
Yep.
we're 40 seconds from crossing the 4-hour mark. This is like longer than I'd ever imagined doing by more than double of anything I have done. Excuse me, 2 a.m. and I'm like falling apart, tired, and smoking on screen, which I don't approve of, and belching. Like, I hope you're enjoying the alpha, people.
See if I can get my camera to I think this webcam. I don't know if it's the laptop or the webcam. One of the two. One of them's choking and dying. But yeah, this is all. It's all information. It's all entertainment, right? None of this is financial advice. It's all information, and nobody else holds your hand when you click the button. It's all information. Correct. Knowledge is power.
Correct. Is there any shout outs?
Sometimes knowledge is a howitzer in the hands of somebody.
Sometimes. I am getting quite dangerous with my levels of knowledge, and I keep getting more. I love it. People keep giving me more information. But yeah, I'm at a point where I am like tuckered out on this topic. So yeah, moments for shout outs, say anyone you want to call out and say, hurrah, awesome. Take a time here. Bob is awesome.
Twitter's fun. But usually if you find me in a Twitter space, it's probably because I'm like driving or running errands. So I didn't quite get it at first. And yeah, I know that some people poo-poo on it, like Thothschild. He says it's just a glorified conference call, but it's like a conference call that anybody in the world can join. You never know. One moment it could be you and the 10 people that are always on the space talking, and then the next moment, somebody like Funding Jim could stop by, say hi, or Top Gun. Twitter's fun, but there's like with Twitter, just don't be so reactive. Just like flow like water. You don't have to get it. Getting upset is always optional. You can always just say, okay, because a lot of times people want you to get upset. That's all they're going for. They're going to, that's their goal, is to make you upset. And if you starve them of that goal, then they don't get what they want.
So PulseChain. Oh, and we'll all look like Top Gun right now. So this is great. I saw this meme online. Waiting for Pulse launch. Oh, look. Ethereum merge. Yay. Waiting for Pulse launch. I just died laughing. Like, yeah, that sums it up. We're all just waiting for Pulse.
Did you watch?
No, it's good. It's good.
Did you watch Maverick?
Yes.
Did you watch Maverick,
yes.
And do you have a pilot's license?
I watched Top Gun Maverick. Of course I did. I also watched Maverick with Mel Gibson from the 90s. That one was fun. And no, I do not have a pilot's license. I have a small light sensitivity. That means I get migraines once in a while when the lights are too bright. So I wear aviators all the time. In high school, I started figuring out it worked to cut down the migraines. I started getting called Fonzie, and eventually I just started getting called Top Gun. So like, I'm almost actually doxxed, because that's like the name you're more likely to find me in my town. I've had one person. I do drive my car like a plane, or like I stole it. I'm not sure. That might be why the trunk is like a guillotine right now. It's probably a good thing I don't have a pilot's license. When I got on Grand Theft Auto and used to fly the Harrier jet, oh man, did I rip up a streak on that. Yes, we all saw that meme, waiting for PulseChain. Serious question.
Ooh, you want the maximum pain? The maximum. So like, I like to think of like, what's the worst possible outcome? So like with Maximus, when Maximus was in its, I think it was right before launch, I was talking with a few people, and I was like, so maximum horror for Maximus would be that we get to the end of that massive, everybody, it's time for that stake to come out, and the data that it takes to end a stake is too big to fit in an Ethereum block at that point. So what that would mean is that not only would the entire Maximus stake be technically not able to be unstaked, but every Quattro sync that was ever made, every 55-55 stake ever made would be too big to fit, even if no other transactions were in the block. It would be too big. So that's like the maximum. That's the maximum FUD, worst possible outcome for Maximus. In 14 and a half more years, when it's time to unstake the big giant Maximus stake, it's too big to fit in a transaction. So not only is that stake screwed, all of the rest of the 55-55s are screwed, including, that doesn't, nothing saves that. Your HSI doesn't save that. Maximus doesn't save that. That would be the worst part. I don't think that's going to happen. I think in 15 years there'll be the block size will be bigger.
I think it'll work on PulseChain just fine, because I know Richard Hart will increase the block size for that.
So worst outcome for Pulse. I don't know. How long have they been working on Cardano and they barely have smart contracts?
Ouch. Low blow. That's a complete ground up build, though. That's a lot different than a fork.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
Like pure ETH proof of work. How long did it take them to get that up and running? Oh, not long. However, ETH proof of stake, that took a while. So they're doing a proof of stake pulse chain. It's going to take a little while. But I'm still confident it's going to launch before 2024. And I'm confident that RH has backup plans on backup plans. It's going to get ridden. It's going to get launched. Right?
Yeah,
and
so
no,
realize that's my
all day.
Yeah, I know. People are gonna clip that and put it out everywhere. Oh, Bob says the money's all gone, and it's gonna take us as long as it took to launch Cardano. Yeah.
Sorry, Dad. I have not done any research on, I have done research on Team Token, but not the mathematics. No, I have no price predictions. That's going to depend on too many factors right now. Not touching it with a 10-foot pole.
Team is backed 1-to-1 with, kind of 1-to-1. Like
with
every maxi that goes in, I think 20% of it gets burned. Yeah,
there's something about I have to look at that math to come up with an accurate number, and I haven't, so I'm not going to spitball it.
Yeah.
Maximum pain. Waiting until 2024.
Yeah. That would be rough. I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it's going to be another year. I really don't. I'm not going to say that it will be less than 6 months.
No,
I've been saying for a while, if we launch,
maximum 6 months
after March, if we launch after March, we can possibly use the Uniswap V3 code.
Stop with that. No, we're not delaying for Uniswap. We're delaying for Bitcoin crash. When Bitcoin finally hits 11K, we're good for launch. Then most of the maximum pain's out of the system. All right.
Sounds like your wife and kids have some expectation of profit.
No expectations. All right, I think we're closing out. We're finally down to 18 viewers. People are like, yeah, it's after 2 a.m. We don't care anymore.
These fuckers are never going to stop until we leave. Oh, my bad. That was
language. I'm Canadian. Now I got to put a thing when I monetize this in a few weeks and go, yes, there's language concerns.
Mm-hmm.
We're Canadian up here. Yeah.
Sorry, bud.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So totally off topic. Unit preventative. I have many patients that utilize this. I do not argue the medical benefits of such things, especially considering I live in Canada and we know it's not an issue up here. But I have my own personal life things that I'm not going to get into on this, where basically, hey, smoke them if you got them. I used to. I don't anymore. So I don't judge anyone that does. And I get steak and bake is a thing with Hex, and I understand and support. Welcome to Canada. We're all about steak and bake. I just don't do the bake part, because if I don't spend the money on the bake part, I can spend more on the steak part.
Mm-hmm. Every dollar. What if every dollar you smoke away turns into $10,000 later? And also, we should probably say not financial or medical advice.
Yes, now that we've crossed that line. Well, yeah, waiting for Arches. I don't know what that is, but I know that Hex Investment Trust is basically grayscale for Hex, and it's going to do wonderful things to the price as institution money comes in.
Yeah.
I don't know
well,
about
grayscale is what the Hex Investment Trust was modeled on.
Yeah, completely the
Basically,
contract.
It's a publicly. So Hex Investment Trust is still private, so they're only accepting accredited investors at this point. But once they have, I think, $10 million in assets under management, they can apply to go public, and then they'll be traded on whatever stock exchange will list them. So what would go on? Oh, who's this guy?
I'm not getting off stream now.
Never happening, guys. 18 viewers trending to. We're gonna stay on until there's 0.
Hey,
Welcome, KG.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Bob Lagai just dropped me a StreamYard in my DMs, so I said, "Hey, what's this?" And here we are. Hi.
Oh, is that the Twitter message that I got?
That was a while ago.
Say, oh, what stream is this for?
I was like, what is
I see
this?
that 10 minutes ago. Yeah, sorry, we assumed you were listening. Top Gun went to go get a drink and release a drink, and I acted as his secretary and forwarded the link to you while he was off camera for a minute.
Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too. Likewise. Big fan.
Cool.
Internet money.
Thanks. Likewise, man. Hey, appreciate you.
I'm still procrastinating on making the multi-chain hop to BSC so I can actually become an IM holder. It's on my to-do list.
Hey, man, no pressure to jump over to BSC. We will be on PulseChain. We will be on Ethereum. But if you buy on BSC, you get a 1-to-1 copy on both. So
nice.
there's maybe some incentive.
Just a tad.
Yeah.
It's technically an instant 3x.
BSC is not. Sorry, I'm interrupting y'all's conversation. Go ahead. I'm just here.
We were just
yeah, like we were winding down.
The MACD on the chat was trending. We were getting ready to death cross the 50 and the 200 minute charts.
Yeah,
we're like trending towards a death cross on this thing, anyways. But now we've got a pump. We've got a pump in the chat from KG. New institutional chatters have come in to
new blood in the stream.
Pump the value of this chat.
We have fresh meat that hasn't been streaming for 4 hours and 12
blue
minutes.
Sky breakout. It's the opposite of a black swan.
Institutional chatters. I love it. Legacy chatters.
Yes.
No, KG's awesome. He brings the Bob Ross of crypto. Like, we're gonna paint some happy green candles here, folks.
Well, yeah, I was actually just about to make a tutorial video, and I saw the StreamYard, so I was like, I'll just pop in and see what that's all about. So,
what tutorial were you going to do?
Because that means you trusted me enough to join a rando StreamYard link. So
hey, I was skeptical. I responded. I was like, "What's this for?" But my curiosity killed the cat. I couldn't help but to click.
And I saw the ding and didn't at all think, "Oh, that's probably KG responding." I just like, "Oh, I'll check that message later."
Yeah, I did trust you, man.
Well, I appreciate
You're one of those.
That.
Okay, so nobody drive a black tinted van through KG's neighborhood with free NFTs written on the back. We know that he will get in.
I'm liable to drop a seed phrase.
Hey there, kid, get in the van, get you some free Hedron.
Yeah, I love that meme. Come on, let's get you some free Hedron. Oh man,
here's my private key. Thanks. give me all the Hedron.
No. So yeah, KG's all fresh back from Vegas from going out with his wife and doing some meeting around the town and talking about IM.
Yep.
I love it because it was supposed to be the PulseChain native wallet, but then it turns out IM, because I was like, PulseChain's coming in 2 weeks, and these guys are like, yeah, IM's gonna probably launch in December or January. I'm like, oh, and now it's like, yeah, PulseChain, we don't know about this year, but IM is going to launch in December or January. Nothing's changed. I'm like, oh, we're going to be first and we're not going to be pulse chain but native anymore. Oh, all right.
Well, here's the thing about that.
Consistency. Love
We
it.
are still going to be pulse chain native, but the beauty is if we launch before pulse chain, then we'll have a user base that we get to send push notifications to about pulse chain launching.
PulseChain
A-
live.
Exactly. And then when it's actually out, we'll just push an update to the wallet to make the native chain pulse chain at that time.
Right, because that now, so you launch on another chain, the user base on the other chain is also going to be getting internet money as a reward for using the wallet or using swaps within the wallet, and so then they also would have a free copy on PulseChain, correct? If you're talking about BSC.
Well, so the way the internet money works is that's free internet money is given to people who download the wallet.
Okay,
But as far as the actual dividend rewards, you have to hold the dividend token on the given chain.
I was trying to use this. I was trying to use the right language. IM versus
WD.
WD. Yeah, WD.
Yep.
I was like, it used to be IMD, but now it's WD.
And we changed it for that exact reason because we like IMD.
IMD.
It was too close.
The formerly known as Prince token.
Yes, the token formerly known as Prince.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been saving that burn for a while. I love you, KG.
So each wallet
done.
download acts like an IM faucet then.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
And it's actually so that process is going to be done through a smart contract. So we are actually have plans to expand that out. So imagine we use the same technology and we partner up with other tokens. And now someone downloads the wallet and eventually we grow to the point to where you download the wallet and you're getting 20 tokens for downloading. Exactly. Somebody could download the wallet and get $300.
And of course, as the wallet dev, you're going to have all those contract addresses pre-added into the wallet. So it's there.
Exactly.
You don't have to search for it.
Exactly.
Oh, look, free stuff.
Exactly. So the possibilities are endless. And it's like, it's beautiful because with PulseChain being the native chain on the wallet, going and interacting and engaging with other communities only helps because then they download the wallet and the first thing they see, the very first thing, they literally have to get off of PulseChain. They're forced to interact. So
nice.
So now I have finally figured out the magic recipe for getting KG's attention and making him appear on my stream. All that happens is some mysterious benefactor has to burn a little IM in that evening, and it's like a seance over a gold plot, and the leprechaun KG appears.
Did you burn some tonight?
Did I? Was there a burn for 5,555,555? And I forgot the decimal point.
Bro. Look at you, bro. Making it more scarce by the minute. Appreciate you.
Love deflation, and I love the IM project. I love watching you guys build. You're not RH. RH builds the best stuff, but he's only got one dev working on a wallet. That's a long time away. You guys are definitely my next lineup. I really love it. This wallet is key. And like I said, like I was joking to you before, everyone's getting all excited about a buy and burn. Like, yeah, RH likes to be inventive. He already did that, been there with PulseX. Wouldn't it be funky if he made an inflationary token for the wallet and just things up?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not as popular as RH in terms of like fame, but we are the first wallet with the tokenized fees in a token in this way. And we have a second token that is subject to a buy and burn based on volume. So it is the first time in crypto we're seeing this. It's either going to be, it seems like it's set up to be very awesome.
You remember ever watching Pep on Hex, like the Pep Hex price pump? I've been watching on stream since I got on. I was like, no, not a lot happened. That was back at 11. I'm like, anyone else getting interested? Anyone else? Look at that. It went up. We got a user, like one person bought during the stream. I'm like, go Wayne's World, party on. Excellent.
And look at this too. We hit an all-time high without even being listed on CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko. And historically, all tokens pump when that happens. So we haven't even seen the CoinMarketCap pump yet. We're still working on that. That's a whole other thing. But
and do you remember the hex W's that it used to make when it was starting out? Those nice curvy W's, like, oh, would that look like a middle of a W? And look what hasn't really broken its bull trend this whole way. And yes, this giant downward kind of bull flag, but it's gathering energy and momentum. And the liquidity is already that Jenga game we saw a tweet about at 14K. And it's been that Jenga game since it launched, and it's only been slowly going up. No one's dumping in this thing. They're accumulating. Like, I love the fact that just 900 people are getting to sit back and going, yep, we're going to get our free copies on 2 chains and then watch the buy and burn start if Top Gun doesn't buy it all and burn it all before we get there.
Dude, yeah, I appreciate you covering it, man. I really do. I appreciate all the support. It's awesome. I mean,
well, man, you're on here. I know we're going to do a video completely dedicated to this, but I mean, talk about WD's functions on Pulse. Let's forget about the other chains and talk about how the tokenomics and stuff work a little bit, because this has been an everything.
You got another streamer in your chat, real quick. Hex Token. He's an Australian streamer.
Oh
no way! Hex Token is in
Hex
here.
Token's here.
Superman. Oh, what's up, Superman?
Oh, we should get him a link.
I'm already on it.
Beware, Bob Lagai will send you stream links. Click at your own risk.
I sent it to Corey. I'll see if he shows up. He was in a Twitter space, and now he's not.
Corey.
Suddenly. So we'll see.
This might get interesting. It'd be cool if we could get late night, be like, yo, Fiat, hop in here. Walrus, hop in here. Jesse, hop in here. Let's just get all those protocols I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, talking what they're doing for Pulse. That would be amazing.
Dude,
maybe I should organize that one night.
Well, yeah, so WD, like, if we just talk about it for PulseChain, hope you feel better, brother. Hex Token, you're awesome. WD on PulseChain is okay. So a swap occurs within the wallet on PulseChain. A fee is charged in the form of Pulse, which is different than like MetaMask or Trust Wallet or other DeFi wallets we're used to, because they charge the fee in the form of the asset you're swapping out of, whereas the Internet Money Wallet will charge the fee in the form of that chain's native coin. So in this case, Pulse. All of the Pulse from every swap that occurs gets locked up in a smart contract. No admin keys. It's immutable. It's in there. Only one person can access it, and that's the holder of the token accessing their portion. So the Pulse gets locked up in the smart contract, and based on your portion of the token supply is how much of the daily fees you are entitled to receive. So, and you don't have to delegate it, stake it, lock it up. You just hold WD and you earn passive income in the form of Pulse. And my wife's going to walk by. Come on.
Say hello. Oh, she's going to hop on?
No, she's
I can actually say hello. Hi.
KG, wife G. Hey, didn't she just join the Twitter gang recently? Or was it somebody else's wife?
No, she did. Yeah. She just joined.
So many people.
Follow her. Mom is on crypto. Is her name?
Apparently.
Yeah, and WD is the one. WD is the one that's not going to exist until launch, right?
Well, on PulseChain, yes, but we do have a second sacrifice phase coming up for WD on Ethereum,
right.
Binance, and Little Alpha. All other ERC, all other Ethereum-based chains that we launch on. So, yeah, it'll be one sacrifice for multiple chains, and same concept on all of those chains that I just described. But instead of Pulse, insert BNB, insert ETH, insert AVAX, insert Matic, whatever the native coin is.
Reinsert
You
your
already-
project name and token names, please. We've got Kieran S asking, how do I look this up? What's this name?
internetmoney.io. That's the website, and it'll link you to all of our socials. And we just launched. That's a new site, version 1. We're still adding some cool stuff in the back, but internetmoney.io, and Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, Telegram, all internetmoney.io. But yeah,
There you go.
and
I haven't
then,
used Reddit in a while, but that's how I got into Bitcoin.
dude, Reddit, like, people dog on Reddit, but honestly, 9 out of 10 of my tech support problems get solved because of a Reddit post.
Yeah.
Like, when I look something up, I literally follow with like, how do I do XYZ? Reddit. Reddit's awesome.
Yeah, I got a bit of information off Reddit before. It's not my go-to source, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I was a late Reddit adopter. I didn't start using Reddit until like July 2017. I was just bored at work, and I was like, "Oh yeah, Reddit." I remember somebody talking about that. And then that was during the time when Bitcoin was doubling in price like every 2 weeks, and I was like, so it was constantly on the front page. I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember somebody talking about Bitcoin a while ago."
Hey, good for you, dude.
And then I sat and watched it go all the way up to 20K and bought the 20K top. Here I am.
Hope you helped with 69.
I still here's what's even worse. You know how like I talk about, like, people have been around me much know that I talk about, like, hey, handle your seed phrases carefully. Your seed phrase is
No, you didn't.
It's the root. It's the root. So like when Hex was finally about to launch, I finally took my Bitcoin off of exchange into, initially I took it into a, I don't remember the name of the wallet, but it was a wallet. It was the wallet that you could sign signatures from, but it was a mobile wallet.
Mm.
And then I moved it to Electrum after that on the desktop. And I swear I wrote them words down. I swear.
How many Bitcoin?
And I
How
also
many Bitcoin,
swear,
bro?
to this day, I know that, like, I know what I used for the password. It was like this, that. I've typed it in 100 times. I must have hit like a character wrong or something. So there's 0.9 Bitcoin is still.
Ooh,
hanging
that's
out
enough
in
to
it.
hurt, though. That's enough.
I still have it. Someday I'll sit down and sit there and hammer out all of the variations on that password, like with the exclamation point instead of the 1 or whatever,
Mm.
And eventually I'll get back into it. But it's in there. It's in there waiting for me.
I am sorry.
But
bro.
back when I bought it, it was like $3,000 per Bitcoin.
I would never ever advocate a brute force attack, but there are redundancy programs that you can throw a small algorithm into that, with a base idea of what the password is, you can set the variation model, and in a limited range you can run a lot of executions and probably get past that without typing it all out. If there's that many variations, then there's a few people in this space that know how to make such things.
Hey,
give him a cut. Hey, I'll give you 0.2 of the Bitcoin. You get me in.
Yeah, I do not know how to build such things anymore.
I mean, it's like,
no.
I'm so over it with Bitcoin. It's like when it was at the 69K top, it was like, 0.9 is 69 grand.
But 0.9,
but now it's like,
Bitcoin, it's still, that's 18K worth of Hex you could buy.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's that, but for Top Gun, we'd go 50-50. If Top Gun would write it and crack it, we'd go 50. We'd go halvesies on it.
Hey, how much sheetrock does that represent, Top Gun?
Well, that will get me at least 15 boxes of sheetrock mud and probably a good amount of, we'll say about another 40 sheets of drywall. I'll be set for a while to start at least one job.
Well, then, or you could just take a couple weeks off.
Yeah, that too.
By the bottom.
Yeah.
By the bottom with the bottom. Well, so what's 0.9 of what is it? 19K right now?
Top Gun does love his bottoms.
Butt jokes.
I love buying the bottom. What can I say? And I love bottoms. And Richard Hart says, question me, I'm a power bottom. He's like, that was quote. Question me later, Powerball. Something he said that I was like, no way. All right, so I've been doing the I love bottoms joke since.
Nice.
We're selling the news on the institutional chatters.
Oh yes, I am
Cheer.
up late. Wow. Oh my God, there's more comments coming in here.
Hey,
Websites lint. Do it
on
for
that note, I do have to go. I only have limited
Yes.
time to make this tutorial video, so I want to get it made before bed tonight.
Oh, yeah, you never said what the tutorial was about.
Oh yeah, so I'm just gonna make like a quick 3-minute video of showing people how to connect to the ETH network and view their free copies.
We were talking about this earlier. Could you screen share?
Connect.
What do you mean?
Connect.
Yeah,
Connect.
like here,
move it
right
to
now.
Have you guys not done it at all yet?
I haven't set up MetaMask. We were asking. I'm like, oh, I got to find that Twitter post to get the RPC settings. So no, we haven't done it on here yet.
We were. I was thinking about doing
That would complete this. Complete this off nicely.
I was actually scrolling across your Twitter feed looking for the RPC, and then we got distracted and started talking about something else.
Oh, dude.
But basically, we said, hey, the option of just leaving it alone and doing nothing, or just doing something later, is always there. But if you do go over there, take all your liquid funds, move it to a new address, and trade from the new address. Don't leave things mirrored between the chains.
No replay attacks.
Oh, dude, no, I agreed. First of all, agreed. Yes, OPSEC, totally agree with that. But it's crazy. Like, it's a full system state copy. I mean, every even obscure crummy meme coin I had is copied. And honestly, I traded free coins. I just dumped a lot of them for Hex. I got a boatload of Hex over there.
Oh, for your multi-chain sack, what are you accepting for, or what do you know for? Is that nailed down already?
It is. We were actually talking about that today. We are going to accept more assets than the first one, but it's still going to be relatively limited.
Okay.
Yeah,
like the favorites: Ethereum, Hex, USDC.
Yeah, so we'll definitely
Stuff like
accept
that.
all of them we did on the last one, but we're kind of talking through the game theory of accepting other ones that we think the community will appreciate, but just not ready to drop it yet because I don't want to set
Pulse
any false
Doge, Dodeca, freaking Pzen.
Definitely not Dodeca.
Come on, man! It pumps Hex. What's wrong with you?
Well, it's not pumping anything since they rugged.
Yeah.
It's draining.
I'm so sorry to you idiots that bought that piece of shit.
Oh my God. Hollywood Squares activate. Corey, nice to meet you finally. Well,
for him.
Let me get
oh my God. You're not allowed to have any farts in a jar on my show, sir.
That's unfortunate.
That's
very unfortunate.
It's exactly what he was about to sell us.
That's
oh
very
man!
unfortunate.
I was just about to jump off, dude. Come on.
Your IM necklace has party lights.
Only for Corey.
Oh my God! Seriously?
Only for Corey. No, a guy named Karobi in the IM community actually 3D printed this in Germany and mailed it overseas for me. And Corey just got the lights because we love him.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, Corey.
So get this. Top Gun's talking, and he saw KG. Top Gun and I were hanging out, just shooting the breeze, and then we saw KG in the chat, and he's like, "Oh, that'd be cool if KG hopped on." So Top Gun goes to get a drink and take a whiz, and I, Mr. Secretary here, I just take the same link that he shared with me. I was like, "I'll send it to KG," and then like 15 minutes later, I get a Twitter ding, and I was like, "I'll check it later," and it's KG replying like, "What the heck is this that you sent me?" And then he just blind faith joins the stream. So it's like, so I decided to go for the 2 for 2, but lessons learned. I explained to Corey what he was getting himself into.
Well, whose channel is this right now?
Mine.
Top Guns.
Hi.
Hi, what's up? Okay, let me go to the chat and say hello to you, boy. Say hi to you boys and girls in the chat. I was not expecting this. It is 2:30 in the morning over where you boy is at. I was playing Fortnite and then Halo, but I am here and I'm very happy to be here.
That's what I said. I was
Nice.
like, he was
Well,
in
at
a
least
Twitter
you're
space.
geeking out on the good games. This is 2:30 for me as well. This is 4 hours and 34 minutes of live stream I'm at.
Jeez.
Oh shit, here we are, right here, yo. All right, we got the squad up. I was just playing Halo, and I was talking to the homies in the Twitter Spaces because I usually go in the Twitter Space because I can't sleep at night, and some of you guys are awake at this time. So I was like, you know what? Let me say hello.
Why not?
No, that's awesome.
Thanks for coming on, Corey.
You guys inviting Katie at all?
Oh, my
Katie?
future wife?
Yeah.
Mate from down under, Katie. I love if she come on here. That's
she's 16 hours away from me, so.
Mr. Secretary. What do we got? Most recent.
Where's Corey?
So
he doesn't sleep. Oh, hi, Max Payne. What's up? Yeah, I don't. It's very scary. I'll be dead by the time I'm 30 because of it.
Yeah, and I've been staying up late to get cheap gas fees.
Yeah, this is where I started. This was figuring out between 2 and 3 a.m. is exactly when I can afford to do transactions.
That's what I tell everybody.
Works.
We'll be right back.
Whatever works, man.
So we'll see. We'll see if we can go for 3 for 3 here.
What, you're inviting Katie now too? She might be
not?
up too. Yeah.
Looks like
oh my god, I can finally meet her and talk to her. She'll bring the Power City representation. We'll have I Am in Power City in here. And is it? What's your project?
I shared it for you, boy.
Oh, this place is gonna get lit up. Friday night party with Top Gun. It's crypto night. Pulse Radio.
Pulse Radio. Here. It was very. I gotta say, it was surprising. I have to say that. Is this informal?
Well,
do I have to be professional?
No,
Good.
Just don't swear. Please no big ones. You can be hell, but don't drop the F-bomb.
No, absolutely
Let's keep it
not.
Canadian polite.
No, absolutely not. I just want to smoke my CBD. So
go for it. I'm in Canada.
So that's my bad.
Thank you.
CBD, right?
It is really CBD. I'll even show you.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
I believed you, bro. I
was gonna say I don't smoke regular cannabis.
And with that, now I got to take a break real quick. Getting too much.
Other guys got it.
It doesn't look
It won't be half an hour this time. I'll be right back.
All right. Bathroom break.
I just want to say I met KG in Vegas. Dude's a Chad.
A Chad?
I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment.
I
enjoy my time with the man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. It was awesome to meet you too.
Likewise, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're actually going to take a road trip up to the East Coast here in the next maybe month or two. So we'll be right in your neck of the woods, man. Would love to have lunch or something.
If you're in New York, if you're by the city, I'm not far from the city, about 30 miles east. But if you do, let me know. I'll happily come by, and I'll buy you. Are you bringing your kids with you and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, of course.
Nice. We'll have a nice lunch. Let me know. I'll be there.
Okay. All right.
I'm on Long Island, as you can tell by the obnoxious accent, but
Maine.
But I don't know where you fellas are from. I know where you are from, KG, and I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I'm the north side of the Great Lakes. Like, I'll dox myself enough to say that I am generally in southwestern Ontario.
Oh, so you okay? So you're a Canadian, okay?
Oh yeah, Hexadian, Canadian.
Oh, I wow, I'm too dumb to realize what that actually means. I was too dumb to realize what that means. Sometimes
no one gets it until I spell it out for them. You Hexicans must have felt the same way when you first said it, and they're like, Mexicans? No, Hexicans.
Well, my friend just got onboarded to Hex, and he's like, how the hell do they get away with that name? I'm like, I don't know.
All right, gents. I am gonna jump. I'm gonna make that video. So
you still not gonna screen share and show it here? I gotta get the DM of the RPC and do it myself.
Here, then I have to make the video twice. I'll have to make it on live, and then I'll have to erase.
Well, you're doing it here, Wing. This gets all the bugs out on my show where nobody watches it, and then you can go make it proper on your channel.
Oh, I've already done it. I actually got all the bugs out live. I did a 2-hour live stream the other night.
I know I hopped on there. It was great.
Oh yeah, you were there. I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah. Why? I'm so forgettable.
No, I just a lot. Hey, dude, with kids, you're just
No, you got 2 young kids. I can only imagine what that, especially, and you're like a year older than me, so I can only imagine the stress. And you got a wife. I'm single living with Granny. I ain't got no stress in the world.
I'm still living by myself. I still got stress, but not family stress.
I usually get stressed from the digital world, not from the outside world. The outside world, I
Yeah.
really don't do much.
Yeah, the digital world can be pretty high pressure sometimes.
Yeah. The outside world, I sleep till 3 p.m., go to LA Fitness, come home, see a friend, and repeat. Not a very exciting life, fellas.
Dude, hey, don't let Corey fool you. This man is jacked, bro. I saw him, so boom. I was like, God dang.
I'm
Oh,
not
yeah?
fat. I am not.
No,
I am. The camera adds 20 pounds. I am not the fat man you guys think I am. Thank you, KG. I am not obese. I promise you.
Look at this thing. Bop! That's that
No,
nerd muscle. That's that nerd muscle.
There you
That's
go,
that
man.
sheetrock muscle.
Bro, it's better than weightlifting doing that type of work. No, but it's very strange. I think it's all based on the angle. Like I remember I did an interview today, and Bullish OX was like, Corey, you look like you're rattled. Like you just look like you could roll out of bed. And to be fair, to be honest with you guys, when I do my streams, half the time I schedule them so that I could actually just wake up 20 minutes prior and then join the stream. So that's why it's usually 2-3 p.m. because that's when I usually wake up. I usually literally wake up 20 minutes prior.
Wow.
Oh my
I
god!
get like messages like holy crap, Corey, where are you? I'm like, no, I'm coming. Don't worry. I got to get up and get out of my bathrobe.
What?
Ferris Bueller style.
Yeah, you do a good job, anyways, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Love you guys. Got to roll. Good talking.
All right, good to see you, KG. Thank you for stopping in. We'll see who's next on Hollywood Squares.
All right, peace.
Oh my God, Howard Stern. You know Beetlejuice follows me.
Beetlejuice? What is that?
Well, you said the Hollywood Squares, which is from the Howard Stern show.
But when I think Beetlejuice, we're gonna have a bit of fun tonight.
Oh, when I'm talking about Beetlejuice, I'm talking about the really amazing comedian that used to be on Howard Stern.
Oh no, I don't even. I saw the movie for Howard Stern, and I thought that was epic. I learned a lot of cool facts about rage marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the guy, the average Howard Stern listener listened for 90 minutes. Most common reason why? He wanted to see what they'd say next. The average Howard Stern listener, that hater, not lover, would listen for, drumroll, 2.5 hours. Mm-hmm. Most common reason, because they wanted to see what he's going to say next. I love that kind of stuff, but I never saw, I'm Canadian here, so I never got Howard Stern.
Oh.
Yeah. It wasn't exactly on our cable and stuff. We had this thing called City TV, and I was lucky to see a Baby Blue on late night. Howard Stern was.
Fair enough. No, fair enough. I understand that because, I live in New York, so it's very easy to access that. But unfortunately, I don't, take into account what you fellas do sometimes. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, what, are you comparing me to Howard Stern right now?
Oh no! I'm just saying that I feel bad. I'm so. I guess my tunnel vision is so strong because I think that everyone's able to access the same media that I am because I live in New York.
Yeah, no, I've gotten a good amount of media for where I am, and there's some things that I watch. That's where my personality comes from. But yeah, I love coming on here and dropping alpha because I just love learning about stuff when I've got a passion, and I've had a passion for crypto and RH products. So anything that bolsters that, I've loved learning about. I've loved promoting. I've loved coming on these streams and doing the math that I can figure out because for the first time, I'm not getting locked in a locker. At first I was like, I'm being appreciated, and I realized, oh wait, this is all the same people that used to cheat off my homework when I was a kid. Oh well, they're rich now. I'll take their money. No.
There you go. And bro, congratulations! You're almost at 2K subscribers, and you're almost about to hit 100,000 views on your channel. Congratulations!
100,000 views on my channel. Oh my god, I hadn't looked at that metric.
You have 89,208.
Whoa!
So you're almost at 100,000, man. So congratulations.
My god!
Sorry, go on.
No, I was gonna say it started off with a kick when I did my PulseX during the bull run. because everyone cared then about price action. But then when PulseChain was delayed, like nobody cared what I had to say, but some people did. And this is where in a bear market, my real fans have been a cult following. So it stalled at 1,800 for months. And then since I met Trevor Savard, he's awesome people.
I love him.
Yeah, he's great to talk to. He keeps me on the phone forever when we get going. But
Yes.
yeah, he's definitely taken a liking. So since he started, like all of a sudden the follower activity, it's like I've been included in the community. I'm like, all right, good. I got to do everything I can to not blow this because I love being included. Nobody's filed a restraining order. You people like me. Awesome.
No, bro, I will say this. I want to say a few things. Trevor Sarver, there is nobody in this community, and I will say that with absolutes, that comes close to his humility, his graciousness, and his generosity. This new camera, this microphone that I'm not even using right now because it was just so sudden, and this backdrop were all because of him. All because of him. He paid for it all. The dude gave me we had a stream and he was like, you know, I'm just going to give you $1,000. I'm like, all right. And, he graciously said to me, he called me one day and I made a tweet about it. And he's like, yeah, one of my whale friends is watching you and he really appreciates what you do. He's going to give you 50 million PulseChain when it launches. I'm like, I don't know how to thank you, man. I'm not used to this type of kindness, but God bless. And I guess the only thing I can say to you is thanks, I guess.
Yeah, he blows me away with his generosity and that kind of stuff. Because then, like, he's talking about my content and who he made watch it. And, of course, it's like this kind of kismet kind of thing where then, all right, maybe I should pay attention to the astrology pricing. Because I'm like, no way. As a teenager growing up, I'm, like, angry as hell at the world. And Korn was one of my favorite bands to just rage out to. Freak on a Leash, Got the Life, friggin' listening to, you know, boom, 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 All in the Family. Yeah, I can start busting out those tunes, but I won't. Actually, maybe I will because I can't believe it. He made Head watch my content. Head hates math. And he made Head watch one of my shows, and I'm just like, no way. I'm a little bit like shy. Like, it's like scary. Like, while I have this perception that I am Wayne's World Basic Cable in real life and no one's watching me, I feel fine. I'm like doing karaoke in a bar of 30. It's cool. But when you guys drop these things on me like, oh, Head watched my content. Oh, I have 100,000 views coming. I'm just, what am I doing?
No, bro, keep going, man. Like, to be honest with you, your ratio. So, like, to put it in perspective here, I have... I don't know, I'm too lazy to look at my channel. I have like 380 videos and almost 5,000 subs. You only have 86 videos and already almost 2,000 subs. So think about that ratio. You have 2,000 subs already, and you have 90 videos. It took me 390 videos to get 5K. So clearly, people like your content. So, take pride in that, man.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm looking at your content now. Like, the 7K view video. Like,
that's the first one that blew me off. That was my first PulseX, the inaccurate one. Like, the worst one, because I did it off of RH's tweets when I thought you'd be able to stake PulseX for more PulseX. So I was routing the buy and burn into the staking, causing deflation and inflation at the same time. And I was like, this is really cool. But no, that's not what it's meant for. That'd be cool if he integrated that into the wallet. I should throw that original math model at him.
Yeah, no. Don't you miss those days where 6 to 12 months ago where you could just make a video and you get 5K views easily? Bro, that was
my first video.
Bro, I missed the
bull market.
6
months ago.
I missed the bull market because 10 months ago, man, I made my first PulseChain video. It got 4K views and I had 500 subs. The second video got around 5. The first 5 videos I made about PulseChain with my guests had anywhere between 3.5 and 10K views. And this was back when I had 600 subscribers. Now, on average, my viewership is anywhere between 1 and 3K. Maybe sometimes a little bit more, sometimes less. Okay. But like on average, it's about 1,500 to 2,000 views. And it's like, God, it sucks in the bear market. And I have quadruple the subscribers. It kind of, I don't know. Bear markets suck for content creators.
Yeah.
They really do.
It does, but that's where it's made me a little more comfortable because I'm seeing that it's slowly growing steady, in this bear market, and I'm like, that's a perfect chart. Like I imagine my channel like a price chart, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, this is cool. I'm cool with this organic slow growth.
It's nice
because I'm getting the real fans. Like I love it.
Yeah, I agree. I think I on average I'm getting personally about 30 to 50 subscribers a day. Usually when I go to sleep and I wake up, I usually have about 6 to 8 subscribers more, and then throughout the day probably get about another 10, 15, and especially if I do a live stream with someone really prominent.
So every day.
What's up? What?
You said so every day.
I'm trying my best, man. I really am.
Grinding.
I'm trying to shut down the noise that simply because I got a new job means that means I'm going somewhere when it's not. Like, I love this community. I love everything it's done. This community is done for me. This community gave me a voice. This community is so generous. It's the greatest community I've ever been in cryptocurrency. And just because I got a new job doesn't mean I'm going anywhere. I mean, I have had a job in cryptocurrency for the last 4 years. I guess no one knew about it. So,
I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. I worked for Argo for a year and a half while I was promoting Hex. My contract was up last Wednesday when I got home from Vegas. Nothing's changed. Like, I got Crypto Wendy coming on to talk about Hex in 3 weeks. Wow. I got Kareem. Yeah, I got some big names coming.
Nice.
So
very nice.
I ain't going anywhere.
That's the kind of stuff that's cool. Like that's where I'm slowly building in the dark. But like you don't know much about me, but that's where I did not know what the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum was when I bought Hex in November 10th. I did not know what liquidity pools were or how to do any stock trading or any financial TA or read a MACD or read a smart contract or do a wallet chain analysis. I've been busting all this stuff out at a pretty fast rate, which I think is what's getting the attention.
Yeah, bro, consistency is everything. Like when you do a video every day and then out of nowhere you stop for like 2-3 weeks, your subscribers start getting, like confused. Like, what the hell is he doing? Where is he? Did he stop? Because I know that my not my subscribers, but the people I subscribe to on YouTube, if they don't make a video in like a week, I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Like, not that I'm going to unsubscribe to them, but your subscriber count slows when people start seeing that your content is not as
well, it's the algo too. You're not feeding the algorithm on YouTube, so it's not promoting your videos for the clicks. Exactly. You're not getting the engagement in algorithm. And that's where I had a choice. Almost some people were offering to fund me to keep going with this channel. And then they never came through because the bear market started to get really nasty. So I was like, hope that they're going to come through or go back to my day job and bust my butt because I was still coming out of a wheelchair and I do drywall for a living. So it's been quite the journey to get my guns back and get back to work. So I had to make the chance to go to work, and that meant, considering I could only put on a sheet of drywall or one sheet an hour, I had to put in some really long hours to barely earn my paycheck, which meant no content for like weeks. I had to drop off for a while.
I can imagine.
We have an update on the Katie scenario. She says, appreciate you, maybe some other time.
I know. I tried before she showed a bubble bath. I saw her content and intelligence and invited her to come on stream with me on Twitter. As well. Yeah, and so like I respected that. Then when she dropped that, I was like, okay, I can't not. You're my future wife. Well, actually, she's very intelligent. I'm gonna go like and admit the creepiness here. I borrowed a private jet. I flew to Australia last night, kidnapped a priest. Then we broke into her house. The ceremony was great. She slept through it. We're already married. She doesn't know.
I feel like it's my duty to tell you that this is going a little off the rails.
Honestly, realistically speaking, though, she is very intelligent. Like at Hex, we have very, 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 very intelligent, open-minded, very strong women who are not afraid to speak their opinion. And that's why I think that's one of the reasons why you see this anomaly in the Hex community where there's actually a decent amount of women in it. Whereas other communities, most communities, it's mostly men. I mean, I'm speaking from an anecdotal perspective here, But if you look at most communities, it's predominantly men. But in the Hex community, there's a pretty decent ratio between men and women, and the intellect from these women, it's a ubiquity. It's very refreshing to see in a male dominated space. In all honesty, so I want to say salute to all the women in Hex. So
I watched the stream. What was it? The Women on Hex. It was back months ago, and RH was on there for a little bit. I think it's when he did his pterodactyl porn speech. I still can't get that out of my head. Anyway, but I mean, I was paying attention to the community of the women. I mean, they're a little off with Richard, but yeah, they seem like a pretty good bunch. I've really enjoyed seeing a lot of the content from all the streamers on here. It's been a pleasure getting to know everybody. I will say 4 hours and 54 minutes. This is my final 5-minute mark. I am not changing my mind. There are only 16 viewers left.
You've been doing this for 4 hours?
No, 5. This is 4 hours, 54 minutes. I've been at this.
You've been on stream right now for 5 hours.
Yeah, I started at 10 p.m.
4 hours ago. Holy shit, you're right.
I started at 10 p.m. We've talked everything Pulse. Everything Pulse. We did a total alpha download. Here's the tokens. Here's the protocols. And I still skimmed so much stuff. I didn't do deep dives into all these other protocols. But yeah, I was taking questions and going nuts. Bob joined me. KG hopped on. You hopped on. That's where I keep trying to get off the stream. And it's like, oh, next phase. All right, Marvel MC phase 4. Let's go.
Oh no, I mean, to be fair, I was invited by Bob, and it was very sudden.
I tell him to do it. I told him to. I'm like, go for it. But then, like, that's like a half hour later, responded. It's like, yeah, shutting down. Oh, now they're here. Well, gotta keep going. Like, it's been fun.
I was keeping him updated too. I was like, well, it seems like he's awake. He's in the Twitter space. And then I checked back a few minutes later. Oh, he's not in the Twitter space anymore.
I am not above.
Your boy is coming. No.
Yeah, and don't believe I'm not above rugging my YouTube and being like, that's it, I'm going to bed. I love you guys, but out and just dead air. I am not above that.
I will say this, though, Bob. I've never met you face to face, and I just want to say with the utmost sincerity, I appreciate all of your support. I really appreciate your service. I know that you're in the military. I don't know if you're still in the military or not, but if
used to be, it's wild.
Okay,
10 years ago.
Thank you for your service, and thank you so much for being such an amazing moderator on my channel. So I really can't thank you enough. So I figured I'd just say it on stream.
Moderator at large. I think I was possibly the first, and there were other people.
You were on my stream as a moderator.
Yep.
Other people have come along to fill the gap. I'm glad I've been a little absent as of late, but
who cares? No, man, no. I appreciate it, bro. I don't even know why people want to be moderators, man. Like that, you do it for free. So
for clout and glory.
I guess the wrench has more value than we think. But
internet points.
Fellas, I'm gonna head out because it is 3 a.m. Top Gun, I'm glad to know that you're Canadian. It was a pleasure to meet you. Bob.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Now you know how to pronounce it. Top Gun Hexadian.
Hexadian.
Yeah. Hexadian.
Sounds like something from Star Wars, which I don't watch. So, Bob, I will see you as well. Thank you so much again for what you do. Thank you guys for your time, and have a nice night.
Nice to meet you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Good night, Corey.
Good night.
All right.
And then there were 2.
Yes, and you're saying good night next.
15.
Go back to Twitter.
I'm here to the bitter end. I mean, it's been.
That's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. We're at the bitter ends.
I think I've been on for roughly about 3 hours now. I took a little half-an-hour break there in the middle, but I had to go.
No, I appreciate the help. I really appreciate you coming on, chatting with me, dropping some alpha, filling in some gaps for me. You've always been such great support. Like, I've thought of you as a friend since like long before. Like, it's where I don't even have fans. Like, I really feel like I'm building like a community of friends with all my subscribers. Like, I try to engage as best as I can, but at a certain point, I know it's going to get overwhelming. Like, there's no way I'll be able to handle it when I get like engagement like in the hundreds and thousands. Like
Oh, no damn! Way. We pulled Corey from one of Orca's Twitter Spaces.
Oh, wow!
I didn't know Orca was running a space.
Now we're gonna have to go over to Orca's space and go troll that. See, I can fall asleep on Orca's space and
there you go
on his space and snore. I can't even speak right anymore. Yeah. All right. So this has been Pulse Radio. Bob Lagai helping co-host and hold down the fort. 5 hours of live stream in another 70 seconds. So we will be playing Oh yeah, this is the point where I'll do banners. In case you're not sure of the links, I will pop some up here. Look at that. There's my Twitter and Top Gun. I need to update that so it actually shows I like the How to Pulse link. That's so awesome. All my links are there. So yeah, see you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in and enjoying, and I will play the exit music again. Enjoy and good night. And Bob, I'll thank you again after off the air. So stay till the end of the song.
Night, everybody.
Oh wait, that's not what I'm trying to do. Ha ha, for real. I got a good one for you. Top Gun here with you. You gotta learn to earn.
Base God on the blockchain.
Gotta learn to earn. Gotta learn to earn. Fun with numbers, folks. Numbers, folks. Fun with numbers, folks. Let's do some math. Swing trade and get you wrecked. Don't do it. Swing trade and get you wrecked. Don't do it. Gotta learn to earn. Learn to earn. Gotta learn to earn. Let's check the crystal ball. Crystal ball. Let's check the crystal ball. Crystal ball. I am not a financial advisor, but here's how I'm going to burn my money. Burn my money. Burn my money. I am not a financial advisor.